Constitution as read together with Article 137 creates the qualifications upon which the president or the deputy president must attain if one is to hold office. My ladies, my lord, it is clear that the functions created under Article 99 of the Constitution can only be executed and or implemented by the Independent Electoral and Boundary Commission. It goes without saying, my ladies, my lords, that a deputy president designated or nominated must attain those qualifications. That is to mean, my ladies, my lord, that there must be an organ that will give a clean bill of health to say or to suggest that Professor KITHURE Kindiki attains these qualifications. My lords, my ladies, I refer to the memorandum that was sent to the Speaker of the National Assembly by the President of the Republic of Kenya, dated the 18th of October 2024. In that memorandum, your lordship, the President drew the attention of the Speaker to the clearance of the designated candidate by the IBC. And this is what the President had to say. Your lordship, the President indicated that he has had confirmation that Professor KITHURE Kindiki meets and attains the qualifications created under Article 99 as read together with Article 113 of the Constitution. My ladies, my lords, when the President of the Republic referred to the IBC, and I call upon the court to take judicial notice of that document, it was a presumption that that confirmation was done by the Electoral and Boundary Commission as created by the Constitution. My ladies, my lords, it is my humble appeal that this honorable court does fight in my favor to issue the conservatory order on the basis that there is no clearance that has been issued by the IBC.
My lord,
we all know, my ladies, my lords.
My lord, may I kindly seek your guidance? When Mr. Jiro started off, we thought it would be a simple and a straightforward application. But now, seeing the trajectory it has taken, he has raised an avalanche of issues for which we would require them reduced in a particular format so that we can seek instructions from our clients. So we'll be seeking that we get a formal thing that will enable us to seek instructions from our clients. Dr. Kamudo, for the 10th respondent.
Your Lordship, I am making an application on the basis of the law. Your Lordship, if it is not crucial for us to have an IBC to confirm whether Professor KITHURE Kindiki is a registered voter, that would mean, Your Lordship, that a person can go to Mathare Hospital and designate a person to become a deputy president. The qualifications created by the Constitution have a mechanism of being established, Your Lordships. And the process of establishing those qualifications, Your Lordship, is set down and out in law. Your Lordship.
Mr. Jiro, my understanding,
yes, Your Lordship.
When we first asked for this conservative order,
yes, Your Lordship,
under Madu paper,
yes, Lord.
That
is his application.
Yeah.
I have on a different application. I moved under Article 23.
Because my understanding is that if you want the court to give conservatory orders immediately after rendering a ruling or a judgment, that application can be verbal but also very short, because the court is already aware, has already expressed itself.
That's correct.
So that kind of application cannot be the beginning of another
Your Lordship, I am well guided.
So I think for the purposes of the discretion of the
Yes,
bench,
Lordship.
for the purposes of the discretion of the bench,
Yes, Lordship.
I think Mr. Ochieng's application is what we should be considered. Your application evidently requires to be formal.
Your Lordship, I am well guided by the court, but the court also needs to perhaps appreciate the import of Rule 24. That due to the vulnerability of the rights and the vulnerability of the infringement and the violation of the Constitution, I can appear before you.
Rights cannot be vulnerable. Individuals are.
May I have
Not
my
rights.
time and then you have your response, Professor? Your Lordship, this application is premised again on Article 3. The call upon every person to protect the Constitution. And as I pen off, it is all clear to us that nobody can deny, not this court, not myself, nobody can bury his head under the sun, that there is no IBC. If KITHURE Kindiki is to be sworn in tomorrow, what will be the import of swearing in a person who has not been verified and approved by the organ that is supposed to do so? Finally, Your Lordship, can this court fold its hands and watch and midwife and babysit a violation of the Constitution? What is the role of the court when it comes to the issue of Article 3 of the Constitution and the question of the sovereignty of the people? Your Lordship, I beg that you hear us. I beg that you grant the conservatory order staying the swearing in of Professor KITHURE Kindiki on the basis that he has not qualified to hold that office. Secondly, on the basis that his purported qualification has not been verified by the body that is mandated to do so. In the absence of that, Your Lordship, you will be inviting us to say that even an insane person can become deputy president, a bankrupt person can become deputy president.
Objection.
I rest my case.
My Lord, let me respond to.
So that
can I respond?
Professor Ojenda and,
Yes, my Lord.
and every other counsel who is seated, please sit down. We have two applications, and this is not going to be a start of another court process. It's not going to be a start of another court process. The applications which have been made are discretional. So I'll only allow one response, only one response, and then we'll render a ruling. Only one response.
Yeah, my Lord, if I may respond, my Lord.
My Lord, kindly, with your permission. With your permission.
My Lord, you've made a ruling.
Okay. Okay, let me hear two people from this side.
Okay. Then two from. You're one person.
Dr. Kaminwa, please say what you want to say and be mindful of time, please.
Yeah, I won't take my time. Justice Eric Ogola, Justice Anthony Murima, and Lady Justice Frida Mugambi. I've listened to what you have said very carefully. And from my point of view, one who is interested in developing the students of the country, you have done so. You have developed the students of the country. But there is one thing I would like to point out to you very respectfully. That we are operating in very dangerous waters with strong currents. And this is an area where we have to call for wisdom. We have to call for deeper understanding of human nature and for deeper understanding of the society in which we live, Kenya. And what I'm saying to you is reflected in my broad reading of the authorities in cases in United States of America. Honor, if I may say so with respect, perhaps more than anybody else, when I was engaged to get involved in this case, I ordered for books from India straight, about 11 volumes on impeachments. And I've taken the trouble to read them day and night. And one thing that has emerged from all these authorities when I was reading them very carefully is that the courts in the United States have continued to think very carefully, how will this judgment be received by the people, by the consumers? How will it be received? Is it a judgment that will continue to promote stability in the country? Is it a judgment that will continue to promote the rule of law? Is it a judgment or ruling will continue to promote stability in the country? And it is here that I'm inviting you very respectfully that you consider the able remarks of my learned friend, Mr. Degwa, that we should not, and my learned friend, Mr. Ochiel, we should not ignore what they are saying lightly at all. With a tremendous respect, we don't want to move out of this courtroom and then all of a sudden we are told that there are protests now in such as in area. My Lord, I'm not trying to intimidate anybody at
Just
all.
hold on.
All that I'm saying to you, Your Lord.
Sorry, my lords. The utterances by the Honorable Dr. Hamino.
I'm not honorable.
I'm giving you the title.
No, what I'm saying, let me say what I want to say.
And unfortunately, they're insightful. They are trying to preempt matters that are not before this court. We do not know and we cannot speculate that anyone is going to be happy or unhappy about it. The sword of justice cuts both ways. There are those who are going to be happy, there are those who are going to be unhappy. That is how life is, but you cannot incite by saying from here, we will have protests, we will have what? We do not know of that. And unfortunately, my lords, I ask you to kindly restrain him from taking that route.
With your kind permission, Your Honor.
Please sit down. Please sit down. We want you to know that we have rendered ourselves in this matter. We have rendered ourselves in this matter, and we are not going to open this matter for a further court proceeding. There are two applications before the court, one by Dedlo Chieng and one by Ndegwa. After Dr. Kamuna has spoken, we'll allow two people to respond, and then we'll make a ruling.
My Lord, I was to also, you indicated that two people, and I was prepared kindly to make an application.
Continue, Dr. Kamuna. No, my Lord, I'm actually showing one sentence. When you read the books I have referred to the authorities in America, the judges have made a finding along these lines. Yes, this is the legal position. So and so is guilty. But we shall not go ahead and do that at all. We shall leave him to continue. So that's all that I'm saying to you. You have come up with a very, if I may say so, a ruling full of jurisprudence, and particularly my Lord Justice Murima has come up with something that I had not thought of very much at all. But all that I'm saying to you, that you are but we still have the discretion to say that, look, these are our findings, but still we are going ahead to give conservatory orders for so many days or so many weeks. So you still have that discretion for the sake of the country. Thank you.
My Lord, in brief response.
May I kindly, my name is Sam Nyaberi. I appear for the 9th petitioner in the second cohort. My Lord, I stand to make an application for stay of the orders that have been issued this afternoon relating to the application that was before you, and having keenly listened and internalized the import of that ruling or order, my Lord, we wish to move the court, much as we have that opportunity by way of the orders that were given, that we were given a right to appeal, that pending the appeal, pending the lodging of the appeal, my Lord, my Lords and my Lady, you allow us that opportunity of stay so that we can ventilate our issues before the appellate court. My Lord, what informs this application is that there is an apparent risk by the fill-up of the position of the Deputy President, and in our petition we had named the Professor KITHURE Kindiki as a party in the petition that we had filed for the 9 petitioners. So that, my Lord, having analyzed and internalized that, we feel that the petition, in the fullness of time when the court is going to process it, we will be dealing with an issue that perhaps will compromise the rights of the 9th petitioner who has moved the court. And, my Lord, the other issue is that there is a period within which the respondents, if they have to move, they have to fill up that position of the Deputy President. So that, my Lord, there is no any prejudice that will be occasioned to the second respondent if the orders of stay gets issued, because by close of business today, my Lord, we are going to lodge the notice, and that notice by itself acts as an appeal, and in the fullness of time we shall be processing the application before the appellate court for appropriate orders to issue. My Lord, I therefore associate myself with my colleagues on the application for stay, so that we don't have the proceedings before you in the fullness of time when we come to canvass the petition to be rendered nugatory or academic. My Lord, you have the discretion, and we ask and beseech you to exercise that discretion in the favor of the 9th petition. Thank you, my Lord.
My Lord, I would like to make an application under Article 1.1 directly. My lady. My lords and my lady, we are thankful for your ruling today and the lengthy explanations and court case that has gone into it. Unfortunately, my lords and my lady, it seems that some people are being favored over us, and in this matter, it is the state or advocates. We are here acting in person, and we are entitled to the same equal protection of the law. We are here trying to defend the Constitution and our constitutional rights. I am being discriminated against as a woman, as a person with disabilities, and as a youth, my lords and my lady. We filed our application on the 8th of October 2024, and we thought that we would be enjoined as interested parties to participate in Tuesday's proceedings, but we were not. So we did not have the time to ventilate our issues properly. My lords and my lady, we are asking you to stay your orders for 7 days, as you have told us to come back on the 7th of November, so at least we get a fair chance, a fair fighting chance as a sovereign to also ventilate our issues properly. The state cannot override us, and advocates cannot override us, my lords and my lady. This is a court for equality, and we are asking for equality. My lords and my lady, we also appreciate that the RIGATHI side has asked for 7 days to appeal. Kindly consider us in, because there is no point in justice. It will be granted to some petitioners, and others will just be thrown under the bus and into the darkness. Thank you.
My Lord, if I may respond, my Lord.
Sorry,
Your Honor, maybe I can also say one thing.
Can you just clarify your application? You say is dated the 8th of October?
8th of October 2024.
The substance of the application?
It's petition E541 of 2024. We were seeking stay orders to stay the proceedings in the National Assembly based on Article 32(1), freedom of conscience, and Article 33, freedom of expression.
Your Honor, maybe with your kind permission.
Let me clarify. Is that the matter in which you are appearing with Dr. Eboso?
Yes, my lord.
Yes. Now, if you have been following the directions of this court keenly, we have been issuing various orders on consolidation. And I can assure you, I did that. And you and Dr. Bosso are petitioners in one of the cohorts. I think it's cohort number 1. Yes, it's cohort number 1. You are petitioners in cohort number 1. And we directed everybody to get into the CTS system. And whoever has a problem to get in touch with the deputy registrar. So it is not right, Ms. Wanjiru, to claim that you have not been enjoined in these proceedings. You have been enjoined. You are a party, and that is why we allowed Dr. Bosso to address the court, even yourself to address. So you are a party. You are a party. That one I can assure you.
My lords, we were not entitled to the right of enjoinder, and we had points that we wanted to defend against the respondent's side. So we're just finding it very difficult that due process is not being followed in our instance, as we applied even before both parties on the 8th of October 2024. They came to court on the 18th, 10 days after us, and they have still been granted audience before us, and we were told we're going to be in cohort 1, and then cohort 1, this application has already overtaken cohort 1. We're now being told to come next week after the swearing in would have been gone through and after numerous rights would have been violated that we have raised.
I think, Ms. Wanjiru, what you just need to do is just get into the CTS, get all the directions. There's every direction. There's a reason why we came up with cohort 1 application petitions and cohort 2 applications.
Yes, my lord.
So I think we may not wish to respond on whether you are discriminated or not, but we are so sure you are not discriminated because there are proper directions in respect of every cohort and every matter before us. Kindly take time to go through the CTS. Yes.
Thank you. This court had made directions on this issue. We said there are only 2 applications before this court right now, and those are 2 applications which will be responded to. We have applications. We are finished with this side.
You have not spoken on behalf of the second petitioner.
My lord, that we would like an opportunity to respond to both applications that are being brought today.
Maybe I can say one thing, just on behalf of the second petitioner. My name is Kimotho Teresia Wanjiru, Makazi.
Kerugoya.
Yes, there's Kimotho and Company Advocates Kerugoya. I just wish to say we welcome the ruling. However, there are some bits that we feel aggrieved and we wish to appeal. And therefore, as we do the notice of appeal, we are praying that we are in support of the issue for injunction, no the issue for stay, which the court may say it's a negative order, but we are saying pending the time we do the appeal, at least the status quo be maintained. And also we wish to say that there was an issue that the Court of Appeal today dismissed an application for stay. That is not true. We were told to serve, parties were not all served, and that's the reason why we were given another date. So therefore we are in support of these 2 applications that have been made today. Thank you.
Let's Wanjiru also. Mr. Dr. Bosso, yes. Please sit down. Please sit down.
My lord,
please sit down. Please sit down.
Will I be given a chance to speak?
Please sit down. Ms. Wanjiru, proceed.
Yes, my lord. As a young woman, I'm under 35, my lord. I'm actually 35. I'm a youth and I have a disability. And we're the only ones, I think, on the platform that check that we have a disability, my lords and my lady. Our constitution, Article 1.1, has to count for something. Because it was intended for us to come to court directly.
Please respond to the application. Make the application.
Yes, my lord, I'm in support of the application. Most obliged.
My lord, finally. My lord, in response to the 2 applications.
My lord, there are 3, not 2, actually 4.
Oh, yours is also an application. Yes, my lord, in response to the application by my learned friend, Mr. Ochiel, future senior counsel, and my learned friend, Mr. Ndegwa Njiro, I wish to state as follows, my Lord. My Lord, number one, the Madhu paper order sought by my learned friend fall on the basis of the following principles. Number one, my Lord, there is already an appeal that has been filed in the Court of Appeal, and an application for stay under Rule 5 to be filed, being application number 554 of 2024. The Court of Appeal is therefore seized of this matter, already seized of this matter. In those circumstances, my Lord, a party can only apply for stay in the Court of Appeal. That's point number one. My Lord, point number two, ordinarily, when a court delivers a ruling in a matter, the court becomes functus officio in respect of that particular matter. My Lord, that matter therefore, or the applications made are therefore res judicata, in the sense that a determination has been made, and this court cannot go back and approbate and reprobate at the same time. You cannot deny an order and then purport to issue the order again. Point number three, my Lord. My Lord, Rules 23 and 24 of the Mutunga Rules as presented before you, together with an application by my learned friend on substantive issues touching on actions that may be undertaken subsequent to this, including, my Lord, the qualifications of the Deputy President nominee, KITHURE Kindiki, can only be brought to this court, my Lord, through one, either a new petition and a new application, or two, my Lord, through an application for review. The only avenue that Mr. Ndegwa can bring all the issues that he has spoken to this afternoon are applications through review. No application for review or setting aside has been filed before this court by Mr. Ndegwa. And therefore it is inconceivable, my Lord, that this court would entertain the application brought on several grounds, my Lord, including grounds challenging the suitability or otherwise of the Deputy President nominee. My Lord, lastly, and because my learned friend will submit further, once a court has delivered a ruling, my Lord, the justice of the cause is that consequential processes can be undertaken given that there are no orders in place. And that is not for the court to be part of or to control. That is for other parties, probably not before this court, my Lord. My Lord, what you have done is dismissed the application of conservative orders. So that's a negative order. The court cannot be invited to review or to stay a negative order that has dismissed an application. And the negative order again goes to the application by Kimotho and Company Advocates from Kerugoya, who has also sought to stay your orders, yet all that application had, my Lord, was for the former Deputy President, former underlined, to apologize to NIS. Surely, Kimotho, you can do better. My Lord, I'll invite my learned friend to...
You are protected, you are protected.
No, Mrs. Kimotho and Company.
Yes, my Lord, my name is Muzomi Tienkolu for the second interested party. I have listened very keenly to the two applications, and the issues for you to weigh in your mind are as follows. One, if the outcome they seek through these two applications was declined by the Court of Appeal, not yesterday, but today morning, can this court, being a court lower than the Court of Appeal, on the very same day be seized of an application that result in the very outcome.
Your Lordship, may I kindly bring it to your attention that counsel has a duty to this court to speak the truth. Being an officer of this court, being a doctor and a teacher of the law, he understands the duty that he has towards you and towards the law and the fidelity to the law. It is not true that an application was dismissed. It is true that parties were told to serve. So let him submit on the premises of facts and not the premises of presumptions and with the intentions to mislead this court. And if it was declined, let him bring the orders.
My Lord, I think it's an issue of semantics. I come from a community that is not an expert in the English language, but whatever you call it, the point is this. The effect of you granting either of the two applications would be to contradict a decision by the Court of Appeal today morning, not to grant similar applications. That cannot be denied in good faith.
Your Honor, we are objecting to this. They are misleading. I was before the Court of Appeal and the Court of Appeal never said so.
My Lord, the Court of Appeal is a court of record. I don't want to belabor this point. Let me move to my next point. The Court of Appeal is a court of record, and I'm sure the court has access to that record. Two, my Lord, it is not like Kindiki was nominated yesterday or the day before yesterday. He was nominated several days ago. If the applications now being made were made in good faith, they should have made a formal application several days ago, which would have been on record, which would have had the opportunity to respond to. You are now being invited by submissions from the bar without a formal application to grant some relief, supposedly on the ground that Kindiki is unsuitable. That cannot be proper, my Lord, especially when the nomination of Kindiki wasn't made yesterday or last night. They had notice for several days. If they have any issues with the suitability, they would have filed an application on that regard or even amended the applications we just determined, and they were granted that leave, and they didn't amend them. So surely it's an ambush for my colleagues now to stand up and start telling you Kindiki this, Kindiki that, and therefore stay, and therefore Madhu paper this and that. Two. Number three, my Lord, what you're being asked to do is to flip-flop or to behave like a pendulum. My Lord, a pendulum moves from this end to the other end, but it never leaves the two extremes, so there is what I usually call motion without movement. The court has already read a ruling to us saying that it cannot issue a conservatory order that would have the effect of suspending any provision of the Constitution. You're being invited right now to do exactly what you have just told us cannot be done, and you're told the reason you should do that is because you're human and there is a possibility you're in error. Of course there is a possibility, my lords, you're in error, but there is a court that exists to correct errors made by this court. You're being asked to embarrass yourself to say just a few minutes ago that the conservatory order should not have issued in the first place, and then you're being invited to issue an order that would have the contrary effect. I think they are setting up the court for embarrassment. My Lord, there is a reason, there is a law which we all know because both the people in the bench and the bar are lawyers. And it is common ground that no appeal operates automatically as a stay of any decision made by any court. The reason that rule exists, my Lord, is so that whoever is desirous of an appeal can move the appropriate court, which they have done, and persuade that appropriate court to issue that stay. So they are telling you because there is a possibility you might be in error, therefore automatically, but the rule, if I understand it, is that no appeal, let alone an intention to appeal, can issue automatically. Lastly, my Lord, you have been told about a Madhu paper, a junction. I thought we were talking about conservatory orders, my Lord, because Munya told us injunctions are remedies in the realm of private law. They exist to protect personal private interests, and conservatory orders, which you just said cannot issue in the circumstances of this case, are the remedies available in public law for the ordered functioning of public agencies. And because my Lord has said this court has jurisdiction, if eventually you find that the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua was not lawfully impeached, this court has still confirmed it has a remedy. It can undo the entire process. Let us not detain you here, back and forth, flip-flopping, behaving like a bedlam. It is holding the court at ransom, in my view.
My Lord, if I use only 2 minutes in rejoinder,
after that, you will respond after Peter.
Yeah. My Lord, I'll just take 2 minutes to mention something which will be in addition to our case. My Lord, Article 10 of the Constitution outlines the doctrine of rule of law. My Lord and my Lady, the doctrine of rule of law anticipates that at some point controversies in the society, especially legal controversies or controversies related to the interpretation of the Constitution, will be determined by judges. And concomitant to that is the doctrine of finality of your decisions. And more importantly, the public policy in terms of consistency in judicial decision making. So, my Lord, my Lady, once you've made a decision, the expectation of the public is that you will stand by that decision unless there are exceptional reasons for you to depart from that decision. Especially immediately after you've rendered your decision, it will undermine that doctrine of finality of judicial decision making. If you immediately depart from the decision without exceptional reasons, they have not put on record exceptional decisions to warrant that immediate departure, and the public expects that your decision will be enforced. Secondly, the doctrine of rule of law again operates in a complete way. John Locke in 1689 developed a concept in his treatise of government known as the concept of inalienable right, which informs our constitution. And one can mention here that judges have a right to be wrong. They say you have a right to be wrong. We have listened to your decision, and we believe that the reason why conservatory orders cannot be continue is a heavy public interest reason of the need for the vacancy, for there to be no vacancy in the office of deputy president. And the Constitution does not anticipate that. So in conclusion, they, under the provisions of Article 164.3, they, based on the way the rule of law works to model the fabric of the society, they have the right to appeal. My Lord, you have granted that right in your ruling. And from where we stand, we submit that they cannot, on this matter of immense public interest, where you've made a decision for them to seek, to make an application from the bar, to upset a decision which you have rightly pointed out is meant to fill a major constitutional gap in respect to vacancy. And lastly, the right to be heard. The right to be heard is very central. Mr. Ndegwa has made factual statements in this matter in his oral application. Again, given the immense nature of this matter in terms of public interest connotations, it is important that the respondents are given opportunity to specifically rebut the factual questions of law the factual questions and some of the legal points that they are brought up. So in that case, if they really want to move this court, then we will submit that the proper way is to make a formal application so that we are hard on that question. Thank you.
Your Lordship, the IEBC, the second application was directed at us. Everyone seems to have said something except the IEBC. And I just want to make two small points. Number one, as it relates to the application by Mr. Ochiel Dudley, my friend, first, Madhu paper was pre-2010 constitution. That is important for the court. It was a commercial matter relating to restitution. So it was a remedy in private law, not in public law. Lordship, Madhu paper was pre-2010 constitution. It was a commercial matter, a restitution in private law. So this will not apply. The second issue, application by Mr. Ndegwa, Learned Counsel, I am looking forward to reading the decision of the court, because those were issues that we were on our feet for 30 minutes arguing about, the role of IEBC and what needs to happen. So already the court has made a decision on that, and likely the answer will be in the ruling that the court has already read. Third one, and most importantly, I want to point to the court the case of Eliud Matindi and two others versus the President of the Republic and the PSC, E084 of 2023. It is the CAS matter. And it feels almost like deja vu that Ochiel Dudley is here making this point. We lost that matter in the High Court. The court made a finding that the offices of CAS were not constitutional office. We were on our feet for a long time trying to urge the court to give us a Madhu paper injunction. And the court said, if the issue related to constitutional compliance or constitutional infraction, as the court has already noted, that the position of the Constitution must remain operational from the decision of this court, then that injunction will not apply. The remedy is for the parties to apply to the Court of Appeal for an appeal or a review of that decision. So those three things can clarify those two issues for the court. We think these applications are not merited, and the court and the parties should put more effort in their 5-2B application. Thank you.
My Lord, perhaps before senior speaks, maybe we get directions as to how many they are responding, because there was that limitation on this side, and we were restricted as the petitioners. If the court could give directions as to that, my Lord.
Let Mr. Moses speak.
Thank you, my Lord.
My Lord, but you have not given us directions as to how many of them should address you, considering that the petitioners were restricted.
We said 2. 3 of them have already spoken. My Lord, Mr. Moses, nothing stops you from saying that you adopt the position of your predecessor.
That's correct.
Yes.
My Lord, I want to say that I associate myself with the sentiments by my colleagues, but I would want to add, my Lord, that you have given a detailed and a very comprehensive analysis of your ruling. You've gone into graphic details, and you have addressed various issues and given a determination on the same. We are not before this court, my Lord, to litigate in installments. My learned colleague, Mr. Ndegwa, has all along been aware that Professor Kindiki was nominated. For him to just spring up now and start raising issues concerning Professor Kindiki is just but a mockery of the justice system. My Lord, you've made a determination. You have thanked us official. We will not want you to reopen these proceedings again. They have known and available avenues to them. Let them proceed on those avenues. I submit, my Lord.
Thank you very much. On only one point, which I actually objected to when it was being made, the point was that how would Kenyans receive the decision? I'm not so sure whether this is what these applications should be based on, because whichever way, there will be parties that will be aggrieved by the decision. There are many others that will be satisfied. Do not be misled that there would be protests, just the way I also cannot mislead you by saying there will be jubilation and celebration everywhere. The position remains, the court has rendered itself in a decision, the court is functus, and therefore we have now to move on. Any party aggrieved knows what to do, which is either to appeal, apply for a review, variation, or whatever it is they have to apply for. If the processes that will take place after this would be contra the Constitution, every party knows what to do, and this court is still seized of the matter, and they will be coming over here for a pronunciation on what the constitutional rights are. Therefore, we should actually not be taking the route that the decision may be popular or unpopular. It's a decision of the court, and it cannot be challenged along those lines.
Thank you. My Lord, honoring the court and my colleagues' time, this is my rejoinder in exactly 2 minutes. My Lord, Rule 32.2 of the Mutunga Rules allows us to make this application informally as we make it. Rule 32.2 of the Mutunga Rules allows us to make a Madhu paper application as we do. It says the application can be made informally immediately after delivery of the judgment. Rule 32.2 Mutunga Rules. My Lord, this President, the Attorney General, when on the other side, has many times sought a Madhu paper injunction. In the Finance Act litigation, where my friend Mr. Somane was present, Justice Majanja presiding, this court in this room issued a Madhu paper injunction. My Lord, on the last point, my learned friend Mr. Ojenda sounds familiar with the Madhu paper case. It's a Court of Appeal decision. And you saw the first one, Bat versus Rent Tribunal. It is one of the most cited cases on the question of stay. And in that case, the Court of Appeal said, my Lord, allow me to read, and then I'll sit down. There is no inconsistency in granting such an injunction, a Madhu paper injunction, after dismissing the motion. The purpose of the order is to prevent the Court of Appeal's decision from being rendered nugatory. Should that court reverse the High Court's decision, the respondents concede that you could be wrong. There's human infallibility. The purpose of the request we make is to respect that issue. What if you are wrong? And you allow the wrong person to come into the high office you've just established. My Lord, allow the request for 7 days. Thank you so much, my Lord. And my Lord, may I just clarify that our application is distinct. We do not seek stay, we seek an injunction. Thank you.
And I'm interested in the event, my Lord, it's allowed. Can we also move you again to remove it?
My Lord, I think in view of Article 50, they also have a right to make that application. Your Lordship, allow me to draw your attention to Article 149, Clause 1. That London is not burning, and that a vacancy is contemplated, and actually a vacancy of 74 days, within which due process ought to be initiated to ensure that a rightful person, fully qualified, fully known in law, fully appreciated by the law, takes over office. Therefore, this vacancy is a constitutional vacancy. Further to that, Your Lordship, permit me to address you that this is a new application and this application has not been determined. Further, allow me to indicate that I listened pensively to the 3 thematic issues that were raised by the court, and this is not one of them that was raised and resolved by the court. Finally, Your Lordship, we all have a duty to uphold the law and to defend the Constitution. On the 16th of October 1953, Fidel Castro had this to say in his defense, that history will absolve me. History will absolve the petitioners. That we have brought to your attention that you have the duty to protect the Constitution, that the person qualified should take over. I'll wait for the ruling. Finally, Mr. Somane has not addressed you on the qualification and the ability of a person to meet those qualifications under Article 99 and Article 137. He has not even told you that they are not applicable. If the court wants to say they are not applicable, history will absolve me. If the court wants to say that it has no power to defend the Constitution, history will absolve me. If the court wants to pave way and mutilate this Constitution, history will absolve me. If the court wants to midwife an injustice, history will absolve me. I am most obliged.
My Lord, Samyaberi for the 9th petitioner. Only 2 issues. I invite you to Article number 23 of the Constitution, which gives parties right to come before you.
Article
23 of the Constitution, which allows parties to come before you to seek for reliefs. And in this instance, we are seeking an injunction by way of a stay, albeit temporarily, of the orders that this court has issued. And we are not seeking these orders in eternity. We are moving into the appellate court once we have the ruling. Number 2, my Lord, I invite you to the application by the 9th petitioner, the notice of motion application dated 18th of October. Because there was an allegation that we have been sitting here and it's coming as news that Professor KITHURE Kindiki has been nominated to take over the DP position. My Lord, that notice of motion application speaks to the application they were making, that it was seeking for a conservatory order, and the court has rendered its decision. So we are inviting you kindly to exercise your discretion so that we may have that application processed before the appellate court if it is found of merit, so that we don't have to have it as an academic exercise. Thank you, my Lord.
May it please the court. My name is Dr. Iboso, and my co-petitioner had made a similar application that the Honorable Court, be pleased to stay the order that it has given today. And the respondents have raised an issue that Professor Kindiki was nominated over a week ago, and that if we were raising this application in good faith, then we ought to have raised it earlier. I wish to refer the court to its directions, which made it clear that one, the only applications it was going to hear were the 2 applications that were before the court, and this was made despite protests that my co-petitioner and I have raised for the last 2 weeks, that we have applications that seek similar orders and they've not been heard. However, I also would wish to direct the court to its own directions, which directed that we file amended petitions because many of the petitions had been overtaken by time. And if you look at our petition as amended, we actually raise concern about the process of election of the deputy president designate in our amended petition. And so it is quite in substance and whatnot. Secondly, I'd like to point out that my co-petitioner pointed out that we have been feeling discriminated. And as she explained earlier, she's dyslexic, and sometimes she might rush her words, especially when she's tense. The feeling of discrimination that we've been having is that out of all the petitioners, we are the ones who have consistently for the last 2 weeks called on the court to refer to the applications that are before it, and that which touch on this, and we be given adequate time to ventilate them. Yesterday, I agree, we were given an opportunity to speak as interested parties, and after the respondents gave their case yesterday, I tried to catch the attention of the court, and I was ordered to sit down. I wasn't rising because I don't know I don't have a right of response. I know that. I was rising because I sought the discretion of the court, specifically because there are specific 4 issues that the respondents raised against the things I had raised. And in the decision of the court today, which I have listened to, one of the issues has actually turned on that. The fact that this court believes, which I believe is wrong, that it has jurisdiction to reverse the assumption of office of the Deputy President. Of course, you've given your ruling and we respect it, and we wish to appeal that ruling. However, now we are asking the court, because both the respondents and us applicants agree that we have moved the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal has given a mention date. So the court is aware of that, or at least that is not disputed. We are asking the court to stay its decision today, allow us to move the Court of Appeal appropriately so that it can give the necessary orders as relates to that, even if it means correcting what we believe to be the wrong finding of the court. The idea that this court is functus officio does not arise, because the rules of the civil procedure, I'm not sure which rule exactly it is, allow any court, after giving its judgment, allows a party to ask for a stay even informally and the court to grant it. So really the issue of functus official does not arise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will adjourn for 20 minutes. We'll be back at 5:30.
Kazi tu. They should have
the mountain loses nothing.
All right, the 3 judges who are presiding over the court proceedings as regards the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua as Deputy President has adjourned up until 5:30 p.m. when it will give direction on whether or not it will stay its orders, lifting conservatory orders on KITHURE Kindiki substantively taking office as Deputy President. The court had earlier lifted those conservatory orders, disallowing an application for conservatory orders and discharging the conservatory orders that were in place as issued by the court in Kerugoya. With me in studio, I have Dr. Maxwell Miawa, as well, who is a constitutional law scholar, as well as Dr. Eric Komolo, both of whom are teachers of the law. I'll begin with you, Dr. Komolo. What you make of the decision to lift essentially the conservatory orders that were in place? Does that now clear the way for KITHURE Kindiki to be sworn in?
It will seem so, pending what they will decide in about 30 minutes. They have said they're coming back at 5:30, but it will seem that they are unlikely to suspend their order that has just lifted the conservatory orders that were in place. I would think it is a better strategy for lawyers for Mr. Gachagua to move to the Court of Appeal, because I think this court will be hard-pressed to suspend their order based on the reasoning they gave that the office of the Deputy President is not anticipated to be vacant except for the period that it takes to fill it. But Mr. Gachagua still has a fighting chance in the Court of Appeal. I think concurrent processes are going to take place. One of them is that they will initiate the appeal. I don't know when the Court of Appeal will hear appeal emanating from this decision today, ruling today. The second one looks to me like the process of swearing in Professor Kindiki will kick off. I'm not sure when that will take place, but I think that it is now agreed that it should take place between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. in a public place, presided over by the Chief Justice and of course the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary. So all said and done, I think these are the two processes that are going to take place. I think everyone listened and understood, because I've been getting a lot of messages here, that the judges analyzed the issues fairly well. They reasoned fairly well. First, they acknowledge that they do have jurisdiction. Which I think has been contested. Some were saying, okay, it's only the Supreme Court, but they did find that they have jurisdiction. They also did find that the issues raised by Mr. Gachagua are justiciable. In other words, that he has opportunity to ventilate them because he's raising weighty constitutional matters. And finally, that the issues raise public interest, but that public interest seems to militate to be on the side of not having vacancy in the office of Deputy President, and that in any case there are sufficient remedies that the court can give to Mr. Gachagua when he succeeds, assuming he succeeds later.
All right. Dr. Mia, what do you make of the reasons they gave for the disallowing applications on conservatory orders and the discharge of the conservatory orders that were in place, that the judicial discretion cannot override the Constitution and that they cannot suspend certain provisions of the Constitution?
Yes, good question. I think to the country which is watching, the decision was made on one ground, or the ground of public interest, so that the conservatory orders have been set aside primarily because public interest does not favor the stay orders, which essentially means or continues the vacancy in the office of the Deputy President. And I remember very, very categorically, right from the beginning since I was here, I said that Rigathi Gachagua had been impeached, therefore removed from office and ceased holding office. That is where the judges picked it from. Now that there is no Deputy President who should exercise the functions of the President when he is away, can the Constitution contemplate a vacancy? And can the court sustain that argument that there can be a vacancy in the office of the Deputy President? So I think the court was categorical that they have got no power to hold any provision of the Constitution in abeyance, which essentially means that now that there is no Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua had been removed, can we continue sustaining that position of the vacancy in the office of the President? Okay? And I think the court is right in doing so, and I think that's why the impeachment regime, though I disagree with the court where the court says that they have jurisdiction in this matter and that they can intervene, they do not, because if they really believe that in the SK Macharia dictum versus Kenya Commercial Bank that the jurisdiction flows from the Constitution or from the law or both, here the Constitution is silent on the impeachment process. It doesn't grant the court. So where are they getting that jurisdiction from? But that having been said, of course the court goes ahead to say that there's a constitutional controversy in issue here that needs to be determined. However, public interest does not favor a vacancy in the office. And I also said at the very beginning that Rigathi Gachagua has a genuine constitutional grievance, but perhaps the remedies lie elsewhere. That's what the court is also saying. That even if we find that the constitutional process was not followed, even if we find that your rights were violated, look, the constitution is not short of remedies. And I said there can be a remedy of compensation. Okay? There can also be a remedy of a nullification of the entire process. So the court is actually telling Gachagua that as you go, just know that we have a very powerful transformative constitution of Kenya 2010 that speaks to every and any other situation. So you haven't left the court bare hands. Okay? But the constitutional injunction that there cannot be countenanced a situation of vacancy in the office of the deputy president must be upheld. And of course, all these arguments about lifting orders that are suspending or that are lifting conservatory orders is just a mongrel of an application. I think the applicants, if they are smart enough, they would have approached the Court of Appeal. I think the application for stay orders or conservatory orders should have been in the judiciary portal at the Court of Appeal as we speak, because the High Court, of course, cannot shoot itself in the foot. It has said that we are lifting these conservatory orders because they cannot be a vacuum. How again do they sustain the possibility that there's a vacuum in that office? I think it's a wrong-footed application.
Okay. So basically what they're considering now, Dr. Komolo, is so there's the application that was made by Dudley Ochiel, and he referenced something called a Matthew paper injunction. Then there was the application that was made by what's his name, Degwa Njiru, and his argument is that Kithure Kindiki was not properly nominated to the position of the deputy president on account of there not being a substantive independent electoral and boundaries commission. Then there is the one which was injunction by way of stay. What is the distinction?
No, so it's the first and the third are fairly similar. Matthew paper injunction talks to the court exercising its jurisdiction to suspend the effect of the order that they have given, in this case lifting conservatory orders for a period, to allow a dissatisfied party to appeal or seek remedy as is necessary or do corrective action. In this case, if I heard Ochiel well, is saying up to the 6th, which I think is for next Wednesday. It's a purely discretionary order. I don't know the decision the court is going to take in this particular case, but listening to them, it looks unlikely. But this is a procedural thing that lawyers make all the time. I think Ochiel has complicated life for the public by calling it Matthew papers, which make it a bit legalese, but this is a very normal discretionary order that people make. The second one by Ndegwa is basically questioning qualifications of Professor Kindiki to even be nominated in the first place, and it's largely based on our election laws, which are unnecessarily, in my opinion, restrictive because they presume, for example, that people don't have political biases. So if you're a state officer, then you should not belong to a political party. In this case, of course, Professor Kindiki is still the Interior Cabinet Secretary. So the argument is that they should not have been, and that's actually the law, that they should not have qualified to be nominated because you need to be a member of a political party 3 months before you assume office. Regularly, this is a case when you are going for elections, the regular general elections that we are used to. But look, I think that that one is also part of the substantive petition that should have been should be determined at the end of the petition that has not been determined at the moment. You remember I told you here quietly that I've had discussions with a couple of lawyers, and I think we've spent a lot of time on this petition when it is true that there's serious public interest that calls for expeditious determination of the petition. And I thought that if I were in the situation where the judges were 1, 2, 3 weeks ago, then I would have urged the parties to compromise this issue of conservatory orders so that we move direct to the petition. And the time that was spent, I think that was from Tuesday. I think it was well over 8 hours spent arguing for this pure application should have been spent on the petition, so that within 5 days or so, a determination is made on the substantive issues, because part of their ruling has really touched on the substantive issues, including the question of public interest and all that. But at the end of the day, that is the architecture of our constitution. Parties dissatisfied have the right to appeal, including making orders on their feet as they have made now, and courts will decide. Courts also have a right to be wrong, and if they are wrong for one party or the other, then the right forum is to appeal to the Court of Appeal, which I think, and I also mentioned to you here, I think that Mr. Gachagua's lawyer should have prepared an application one way or the other and should be able to file, because courts are now virtual this evening, and then we'll see. Yeah.
All right. So what do you make of the statement that was read out by Justice Mrima, that this court has no shortage of remedies for a political animal such as Rigathi Gachagua? To your mind, Dr. Miawa, what would that look like?
That statement by Justice Mrima is premised on the vast powers that the High Court enjoys, or it is conferred on the High Court. And those powers, you'll find them particularly in Article 23(3) of the Constitution. They speak of, one, the court can grant an order of injunction, conservatory orders. The court can grant orders of judicial review. Judicial review essentially means you can quash a decision, you can mandate a government to do something, or you can prohibit a government from doing something. But I think most importantly, there are also orders of compensation, including a generous clause that the court can grant any other appropriate relief. Any other appropriate relief. Now, let's go to the concept of appropriate relief and also the issue of compensation. Remember, Gachagua's petition is anchored on two major grounds. One, violation of his right, and a constitutional violation. Now, when you're talking about violation of right, that's why you run to Article 23 that can give you any of these remedies. When you're talking about a constitutional violation, you run to Article 165(3)(d) of the Constitution that says, if anything is done under any law, or is said to be done under any law under this Constitution, and one alleges that it's unconstitutional, the courts can intervene. When courts do intervene, this ordinary practice is that at the end of the day, a litigant who goes to court should not walk out of the court bare-handed or empty-handed. He will always get something. That is what the judge was emphasizing. But look, we are working under or with a sacrosanct constitutional injunction that at any given time, the president must have a principal assistant who exercises distinct constitutional functions. The constitutional provision under Article 147 does not contemplate a vacancy. And so if by any chance the impeachment process, which of course I emphasize an administrative process, violated the Constitution or violated your rights, just get to know that our hands are not tied. You are not limited in terms of the remedies you can be granted, and those remedies are already spelled out in the Constitution, including, and talking about effective remedies, the court can even make an express declaration, because a declaration is also one of them, that the impeachment process did not accord with the law. Okay? So that if the impeachment process does not accord with the law, that is not to say that the court can reinstate him. Completely a different conceptual argument. The court may not have power to reinstate him. If the constitutional process did not accord with the law, then the court goes ahead to craft these appropriate remedies. One of them, the court may say that your rights were violated, the constitutional process was not followed. Here is 1, 2, 3 things that should be done. It is in the discretion of the court now to craft those appropriate remedies. Okay? The court can as well go ahead and nullify the appointment of Professor KITHURE Kindiki to replace him. That is within the powers of the court, because remember we are talking about the concept of appropriate remedies. So the court is actually giving an assurance that, look, in the interest of the public, the Constitution is speaking loud and clear and without equivocation that there must always at any given point in time a deputy president. If you feel aggrieved, just know that you can always get something out of the process if there were any genuine grievances, if your grievances are genuine. Yeah.
So we saw in a situation, for example, okay, we've had several governor cases mentioned, right? The Sonko, the Wambora. In the situation in Wajir was the governor was impeached. I believe the deputy governor was sworn in and took office, and then we had the governor reinstated. Could we witness a similar scenario?
Now, that is exactly what the High Court is saying. But I do believe, in my view, that, as I said at the very beginning, the High Court has got no role, interventionary powers on the impeachment process. The High Court cannot be an appellate process from an impeachment process. Now, that having been said, in circumstances, for example, as that where the High Court reinstated a governor, okay? If that happens, of course, then the question is, of course, because High Court has got vast powers, the governor goes back to office, because the High Court has got that power. It can nullify the same way it does. It can nullify an election of a governor. It can nullify the election of the president. And during that time, the outgoing president continues to serve. But one of the merit questions that is subject for determination when the final petition is heard and determined, and I think I want the respondents to take this, that the Constitution, in much the same way that the Constitution does not contemplate a vacancy in the office of the Deputy President, office of the Chief Justice or the President, the Constitution does not contemplate or envisage intervention or invoking the High Court's powers once the political process of impeachment is concluded. I also want to disagree with the High Court. I heard Justice Frida Mugambi, read part of the judgment that says if the Constitution was clear that it was ousting the jurisdiction of the High Court after impeachment, it would have stated so. I think that may not be a correct reading of the Constitution. Okay, remember, they have given an interpretation of Article 147 that there cannot be a vacancy at any time, yet the Constitution also says we have 14 days, we have another 60 days. What kind of a reading of the Constitution can it be that if the Constitution does not make it very, very clear that you can intervene in impeachment process, then you go ahead and intervene? I think probably in more clear language, the High Court should have stated this, that we will not close our doors when your rights have been violated. And rights can be violated of an individual, can be violated by any action of anybody, including a private citizen. You still have the doors open. In fact, when somebody approaches the High Court and invokes or raises the question of violation of his right, it should always be taken as a first step, an original jurisdiction of the court, not a review jurisdiction of the court from an impeachment process. That is to say, a process violates one's right, he runs to court. The court should take it as exercising original jurisdiction, not a review jurisdiction. It seems to me that the approach that the High Court has taken, the three-judge bench, is that they have a review jurisdiction over impeachment processes, something that the Constitution clearly excludes as a political process. Okay, so if the High Court was to understand that original jurisdiction may invoke where rights have been violated or where Constitution has been violated, they should proceed and determine those questions without interfering with the outcome or the process of impeachment. Okay, as we always do in administrative law, because administrative processes happen in circumstances. For example, I'm an employee of a university, I have been dismissed from work, I have all the appellate opportunity processes, maybe at the Senate level and all that. And then if I am aggrieved, then I appeal to the High Court. That is completely different in circumstances when the clear intent of the Constitution is, this is a disciplinary process where you must accord the Deputy President a chance to be heard. Once he has been accorded a chance to be heard, the Senate votes on that chance. If he has been removed from office, that removal from office cannot be challenged by way of a review. Okay? It is only in circumstances of a review where the court can grant conservatory orders. In circumstances where the court is exercising original jurisdiction, I think the intent of the Constitution is very, very clear that an impeachment process, a political process, is not subject to appeal or review.
So has the question of separation of powers been addressed in substance by this ruling, Dr. Kumulo?
I'm not sure. I disagree with Maxwell to some extent. I think that Article 144 is more elaborate in terms of the High Court not having jurisdiction when a president or deputy is removed by way of when there's a medical issue, the procedure where there's medical infirmity. On the other one, Article 145 is silent on what happens if you are dissatisfied with the decision of the Senate. And in any case, I think that there's a long history of impeachments in Kenya that have had the High Court up to the Supreme Court intervene. So that is a fairly settled matter. In fact, it doesn't have to be Mr. Gachagua. Any other person could have moved to the court. And that's what I think happened in Embu. Remember, even the governor of Meru is still in office, courtesy of a High Court order, I think by Justice Mwambuye or something like that, who, Justice Bahati Mwambuye, who basically suspended the effect of the decision of the Senate to impeach her. So whatever it is, I think the High Court has broad mandate to test decisions that other bodies make, including the Senate. And the good thing is that we were here with the Deputy Speaker of National Assembly, Honorable Sholei, and several lawyers here 1 week or so ago who agreed that the High Court has some jurisdiction. Has separation of powers been settled, been sorted somewhat? I think the architecture of the Constitution has always supported a scenario where separation of powers is implemented. And if I heard them rightly, the judges also emphasized that they do, and they did cite that case from the US, that they do come in after the process of impeachment has been completed at the Senate and National Assembly, which is the case. Of course, we do have many instances where people file cases just as the impeachment process is starting or is being mooted. And I think that has always not succeeded because the Senate has always proceeded to conduct the impeachment process, and then they are challenged after the conclusion of the impeachment by the Senate. And to that extent, you may say that the question of separation of powers has been settled. Another level is that this issue of separation of powers is more theoretical than practical. In reality, there is inter-agency, inter-government, inter-arms relationship that has to be nurtured. In reality, they all share finances from the common pool. In reality, they have to talk to each other or one another administratively, and in reality they also need a country that functions. So to some extent it's more theoretical than the reality, but I think compared to many other countries, Kenya is doing way much better in terms of trying to give the judiciary time to do its work, trying to accord parliament time. You may disagree with what they did, but at least they are doing it, and obviously trying to accord the executive opportunity to formulate its policies and of course implement them. For the most part, people still go to court and they win or lose, but that's how it's supposed to work. Having now had the opportunity to listen to this impeachment process for a long time now, particularly of the deputy president, I'm beginning to, and by the way, I've been against for a long time the process of trying to change the Kenyan constitution, at least based on the history of how we amended our constitution and the net effect that we did have now what is more of a mongrel of a constitution as opposed to what the people desired. But now having listened to their ruling now, and having noticed the weighty political questions that are coming up, I think we probably need to think of cushioning this impeachment process to be a purely political thing, so that the politicians do their thing and they do not put the courts in this very tricky scenario, for example, how now public interest has been defined. You know, you could also say public interest goes the other way. In other words, a person who claims to have been elected by people in a through a universal suffrage and claims to have received as many votes as the president received should not ordinarily be removed. That public interest militates against removing that person through a political process. That's an argument that could also, the judges could have easily taken that argument and public interest will still be served. They have taken another one, which I also support, that look, this office should never be vacant. That's true. But is it also true that if a court stops impeachment process, then the person who was there remains in office, as the case with Kawira Mwangaza it's the same court, Kawira Mwangaza in Meru, she remains in office, as happened in the case of Wajir that you've highlighted. So you are seeing a bit of conflicting jurisprudence that is not helping us much, and to that extent I think we probably need to have a conversation about how we insulate impeachment process the way it's done. It's already done under Article 144, to not have this taken to court, so that this impeachment process remain largely political and probably enhance the powers of the Senate in terms of what it must do to meet the test of a fair, or what is perceived to be a free and fair impeachment. Probably elongate time for National Assembly. 7 days a bit too short to conduct these public participation issues, this give whoever is accused opportunity and all that, so that, you know, we move to what I think are bigger things. There are bigger national issues that affect you and I, that as we speak probably are the back burner as opposed to being forefront of government policy. So,
Dr. Miawa, because we had there was some back and forth around what the Court of Appeal decided with regard to staying the process in the High Court. Is that how it usually happens? I thought the High Court would first dispense of the matter before then you move to the Court of Appeal.
Yes, the way it happens is that before you move to the Court of Appeal, there must be a decision that can be stayed or can be conservatory orders can issue against. In this particular case, there is a substantive ruling by the court, and the substantive ruling sets aside a singular judge's order on very well reasoned and rationalized grounds. In fact, the judges have gone to great length to explain themselves why they are setting aside these orders, so that if one is aggrieved by the decision of the court, two things can happen. One, I think Professor Jenda was raising it, you can apply for review. Review essentially means you go back to the same court, just like they have done. But if you're going to go back to the same court, tell the judge there's error apparent of the face of the record on the judgment you have just read, or we have just come across new and important evidence that should warrant you to overturn your decision, or any sufficient reason. Of course, sufficient reason means either of these two, or any reason that is cognate to those two. If you do not have any sufficient reason, there is no new evidence, and there is no error apparent on the face of the judgment, you have to go to the Court of Appeal. Okay, where you can appeal the matter, then you apply for staying the decision of the Higher Court. That is how it normally happens.
While the matter is still live in the High Court.
While the matter is still live in the High Court. Any decision, any order, or any judgment of the High Court can be challenged at the Court of Appeal. What you do, you apply for stay, and in fact the rules provides for that. You apply for stay. You cannot apply for stay of a judgment that has lifted a stay order before the same court, then deploy the same reasoning. You know, I think it's a ludicrous process that the lawyers have relied on. If I were them, I would have just thanked the judges, then I went head straight to my office and draft an appeal and draft an application for stay, raise those same grounds. Okay, for example, as Ochiel Dudley argues that the judges could have fallen to error. You raise it at the Court of Appeal, because that is what we call an arguability of an appeal. If there's a possibility that the judges could have fallen to error, make it an argument. If Ndegwa, the way Ndegwa wants to argue that, look, the person whose swearing is impending is actually not qualified. Remember, this is the same argument that is in the merits of the petition before the court. The court has not even looked at it. So if you want it to be the basis of another application for stay, either make that application for stay before this court on grounds that the court overlooked that important fact, conceptual fact, or you go to the Court of Appeal where you make it an arguable question. I had my colleague mention, and I think he was assertive, that the IEBC has a role in vetting candidates, in the nomination of candidates. And I want to disagree with him respectfully. He's my senior, he's my colleague in many fronts. The IEBC has got no role in the filling of a vacancy of the president or the deputy president. The reason is simple. Independent Electoral Commission and Boundaries Commission, even by the name, the way it suggests, comes in on election matters or on boundary matters. That's why I insist it's an electoral regime.
All right, so Akili, I'll have to cut you short. The judges are back in court. Let's listen in.
Execution of our ruling, pending formal filing of an appeal before the Court of Appeal. The applicant submits that despite the ruling that has just been rendered, Rule 32 of the Mutunga Rules accords this bench jurisdiction to issue the orders sought, and that there will be no prejudice on any party. They further contend that the deputy president nominee has not been vetted by the IEBC, which is in any case improperly constituted. In response, the applications have been opposed on the grounds that the court is now functus official, having already rendered itself on the application for conservatory orders, that the matter paper injunction is not a proper remedy in the circumstances, that the Court of Appeal is now seized of a similar application that is for stay, and that this application should have been made earlier, noting that the nomination of the Deputy President designate was made previously. We have carefully considered the applications and responses, and in our considered view, our ruling that has just been delivered addresses these issues succinctly. Not only has the bench gone into great strides to explain the consequences of granting conservatory orders, which is to cause a de facto suspension of a section of the Constitution, we have equally warned against such a practice. To again turn around and grant orders whose effect is the very suspension of the Constitution that we have stated will, in our view, be an absurdity. We further note that some of the arguments that have been raised on the floor will form substantive arguments at the main hearing of the petitions. In any case, since the Court of Appeal is already seized of the matter, as we have confirmed from both parties, from both sides rather, the parties have an opportunity to move the Court of Appeal accordingly. As such, the applications are all hereby disallowed. Orders accordingly. And before we pen off, just a point of clarification on the other issues that were raised by two petitioners, Dr. Eboso and I believe your co-petitioner. If you are able to access this ruling, the ruling of today on CTS, you will note that disposition number E states that there will be a mention for further directions on the way forward in respect of pending applications and pending petitions on the 7th of November at 2:30 p.m. in open court. We will address that pending application during that mention. All right?
My lords, we are obliged by the ruling and have a good night.
My lord, on behalf of the respondents, we want to thank you and appreciate the verdict of the court. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there we have it. The three-judge bench has disallowed all, I believe there were 3 applications seeking a stay of the court orders, where the lifting of conservatory orders stopping the assumption of the office of Deputy President by KITHURE Kindiki were lifted earlier today. I have with me in studio Dr. Maxwell Miawa, constitutional law scholar, and Dr. Eric Komolo. Doctor, I think I cut you short, Dr. Miawa, but legally speaking, from a legal perspective, can the William Ruto administration now take their time in getting KITHURE Kindiki in office as Deputy President ahead of the November 6th date with the Court of November 6th date with the Court of Appeal?
I think the president has already exercised what in constitutional law we call a presidential prerogative. It is a prerogative that is spelled out, specified in the constitution, and prerogative means this: no other person can exercise that power, by the way. No other person. And the power that the president has exercised is the nomination of a deputy president to fill in the vacancy that has arisen. Nobody can exercise that power. Nobody can challenge or vet that power. So that if you were to read the Constitution in context, Article 149, the only other agency that follows in pursuit of the president's nomination or exercise of the prerogative is the National Assembly that exercises voting. And voting here, because the Constitution cannot be read textually, has to be read in context. Voting here means voting and vetting. Okay, so the approval is not just a vote to clear. The National Assembly has already done that. Okay, so the president need not look anywhere else. And I want to state that if the Constitution intended that an electoral body such as the IEBC to get involved, nothing would have been clearer than the Constitution to say so. This is not a voting exercise. This is not an election exercise. This is the filling of a vacancy, completely different and distinct regime from an election regime. A vacancy regime and an election regime are completely set apart. Constitutionally, IEBC exercises a different mandate from the mandate that the president exercises here. Okay. And I think
although Gachagua's lawyers evidently disagree with you, but is CJ Kome now, is her way now clear to preside over the swearing in of KITHURE Kindiki as Deputy President?
Without a doubt, unless they obtain stay orders in the Court of Appeal, which they have indicated they are going to do, and the Court of Appeal will exercise discretion. But the direct answer is that he can be sworn in tomorrow or next week. I think there are no orders barring him from taking office, and it's also true that procedure for nominating him has been followed, at least has envisaged in the Constitution. You may argue that it was rushed, but it was followed because there is no specific timeline between impeachment to the time the president nominates, and even the time that Parliament needs to consider, the National Assembly needs to consider that nomination. They took a day, the president took a couple of hours. The Constitution talks of 14 days and 60 days for the National Assembly, but that is institutional decision that was made, and it is back to the president. So yes, he can be sworn in. I didn't say, I need to clarify what Maxwell said. I didn't say that IBC has or does not have a role in nomination or clearing a candidate being nominated when another has been impeached. What I said is that it is part of the main issues being raised in one of the petitions. So which is why I thought that in the interest of judicial economizing judicial time, perhaps these stay orders could have been compromised by both parties, and they let them be for 2-3 days. They move to the main petition so that they don't make the judges spend a lot of time first hearing, an entire day hearing the application to lift conservatory orders, which itself addresses very substantive issues in the petitions. Then now from next week, we will have another long time now hearing the main petition, and that then moves, and that will be concurrent with what is going on in the Court of Appeal, that is stay application. So in the interest of economizing judicial time, it would have been done differently, but we are where we are, which is that now the Deputy President-elect is Professor Kindiki. There are no orders that Mr. Gachagua can cling on as we speak, and I think that the political process will have to evolve as much as the legal process evolves one way or the other.
All right, so I want us to wrap up the conversation. So your last words on this issue. Will we see, in your opinions, Dr. Miyawa, public interest in this issue dwindle following this particular ruling?
It will not end. I think it will not end with this. You can expect that an appeal will be filed tomorrow, and the same circus will be played at the Court of Appeal. The reason is that there is a great and immense public interest in this matter. We should thank the courts for presiding over a highly political and politicized and volatile decision. That's what we call the judicialization of politics, which is a good thing because it makes our constitution roar, and I think the constitution has roared very, very soundly and loudly.
All right, and how about you, Dr. Komolo? The integrity of the courts, was really called into question in this process. The motivation has been questioned. Do you think now the courts will be allowed to preside over the matter, quote unquote, in peace?
Well, I think knowing the psychology of an average Kenyan, I think public interest will dwindle. I think half or more will celebrate Professor Kindiki's assumption of office if it happens before another order comes into place. And I think Mr. Gachagua and his team will have to focus on the law. If I were in the team, and I am not in either team, then I think impeachment has serious consequences. I think the focus should be now to try to lift that impeachment itself, even if he doesn't assume office, so that he can still have some political life. If you're impeached and that is not lifted, as in the case of Sonko and Waititu, then the best you can do really is just to go to rallies and talk, but you'll never be elected into any political office. I think the courts have never really been on trial. What has happened is that there's politicization of judicial process based on where you stand at a particular point. And all political players in Kenya, all former and present, have been guilty of accusing courts of doing one thing or the other against them when those decisions are against them, and praising the same courts when the decisions are in their favor. On average, there could be 2-3 people you have concerns with, but on average, a properly guided judicial officer and judge will follow the law and live to the status of the oath of their office. And on average, they will try to make a decision that is fair. It might not be favorable to one party or the other, but that is fair and well-reasoned. And by the way, that is the training that they do get, that you have to actually reason your decision.
All right,
Yeah.
and I thank you for the benefit of sharing. We've had the benefit of your professional training as well this afternoon. Dr. Maxwell Miyawa, constitutional law scholar, same of Dr. Eric Komolo, and my name is Olive Burrows. That concludes our special coverage this afternoon of the court processes as regards the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua as a deputy president.
Majority of lumps detected during cancer screenings are benign, meaning non-cancerous in nature. Do not be afraid to go for cancer screening. It could save your life. Cancer is not a death sentence. This message is brought to you by Royal Media Services. We care.
Chinos from 5,600 shillings. Only core span yarn with stretch. Pre-washed, color fast, and shrink proof so they last longer. The only chinos to choose.
gotta go. Go for Neptune, the softer two-ply tissue paper, available in plain white and colored.
Doors should not hold out opportunities. Doors are the gateways to progress, the ones that hold ideas, and those that close deals. Let's take doors to places where there are none. Let's open big doors that harbor progress. In all the places that we are.
KCB ni yangu.
KCB ni yetu.
KCB is mine.
KCB ni yetu. For people, for better.
High-quality diapers often feature multiple layers, a moisture-wicking top layer, and a core designed to lock in moisture.
New Soft Care Space Series is rooted from space technology. Keeps you dry and comfortable for 12 hours long.
Soft Care. Protect your leap.
Cut the firm ugali into fry-like sticks. Heat oil in a pan and fry the ugali sticks until crispy and golden brown. Sprinkle with salt, pepper or chili powder and serve with ketchup or a spicy sauce.
Kutoka leo mimi na Kana ni hapa kwa hapa.
Kana Nutritious Maize Meal ni unga umetengenezwa kwa hali ya juu kutoka Giant Millers Limited. Pata unga wa Kana na unga wa Hosta kwa duka na supermarket karibu nawe.
no misi inamera twababa yamire inamera twababa yamaba inamera twababa yamome waruga ruga twababa radia
Cancer diagnosis goes a long way in one receiving early treatment. This October, take that step today and get screened at your nearest health facility. Join the fight and together, let us beat cancer. This message is brought to you by Royal Media Services. We care.
Doors should not hold out opportunities. Doors are the gateways to progress, the ones that hold ideas, and those that close deals. Let's take those to places where there are none. Let's open big doors that harbor progress. In all the places that we are.
KCB ni yangu.
KCB ni yetu.
KCB is mine.
KCB ni yetu. For people, for better.
Kwa majina ni Peter Kariuki Ngoge ama Kamla Styles. Nimekuwa nikicheza kwa muda. Natoa na win 50,000, 100,000, 200,000. Leo nimekutia check ya 675. Nikihesabu zote naweza kuwa nimewin 1.3 na nitaendelea kucheza.
Changamkia Aviator on shabiki.com. Not for persons under the age of 18.
A comfortable diaper can make a significant difference in your baby's happiness. Choose diapers that are soft to the touch and have stretchy sides to provide a snug but gentle fit.
New Soft Care Space Series is rooted from space technology. Keeps you dry and comfortable for 12 hours long. Soft Care. Protect your leap.
Habibi, twende Dubai na View Travel. Relax na Dao cruise along the Dubai Creek. Enjoy an exciting half-day city tour, a desert safari with a barbecue dinner. Now, uji treat to a shopping spree at the Dubai malls. All this and more in 5 days, starting from $680 per person sharing. Book now and lipa pole pole. Angukia deals moto na View Travel. Visit viewtravel.com, call or WhatsApp 0703 254 254. View Travel. Dream, explore, discover.
Imagine high-raised lift in 50 different movements. Makofi to both babies and Molfix. Renewed Molfix, ultimate quality.
Nimekuwa Citizen Duka nikapata wako na ofa ya okoa wiki hapo Quickmart. For only 442 shillings. Nimeweza kupata yawa mkate at only 79 shillings. Na masiwa je at 45 bob. Na sababu wa Kenya tunapenda ugali. Nimepata unga at only 89 shillings. Na mchele ya pisori je, hiyo pia iko at 189 shillings a kg. Hizi sote ni less than 500 bob. Imagine nimelipa tu 442 shillings nikaweza kusave 88 shillings. Unangoja nini bwana? Okoa wiki na Citizen Duka. Piga *487*5#. Chagua Quickmart, then chagua okoa wiki. Lipa na utapata message ya kwenda kuchukua package yako kwa Citizen Duka counter ya any Quickmart supermarket karibu na wewe.
Is Dove better than ordinary soap? We're going to prove it. Take a bar of your soap and Dove. Use yours on one side, Dove on the other. The soap part feels rough. The Dove side is softer, smoother and more radiant. With 1/4 moisturizing cream, Dove deeply nourishes for radiant skin all over. Try Dove and feel the difference.
Gold. Brought to you by Cooperative Bank of Kenya.
Lipa na kadi tu. It's safe, convenient and chop. Simply use your normal Coop ATM card that's already in your wallet to pay for fuel, shopping and your meals at the restaurant. Lipa na kadi tu.
Kenya's Gold.
Kulingana na klabu ya kronomita yangu ni saa 12 Afrika Mashariki sawa na saa 11 Afrika ya Kati. Najua mashabiki wa soka menyamaza sana kana kwamba Manchester United haikufanya vizuri jana baada ya kutitiga Leicester magoli 5-2, na najua kwamba mtazungumzia sana kwa sababu tunajua bingwa anaitwa Ruben Amiron anatua katika klabu ya Manchester United. Pongezi kwa Manchester, ni soka. Lakini sasa turejelee masuala yanayohusiana na shambani. Hapa tunazungumzia sana, tunajifunza mengi kuhusiana na ukulima. Iwapo ndio mwanzo unajiunga nasi, bila shaka basi ujue kwamba hapa ni darasani. Lazima uwe na kalamu yako, karatasi ili uandike utekeleze baadaye. Mbona mwenzangu Ngina kuja polepole tu taratibu. Yuko hapa ametoka shambani, lakini kumbuka kwamba kila wakati tupo naye hapa kuhakikisha kwamba wewe unapata nafasi hiyo ya kusoma na sisi, na bila shaka kipindi hiki kinaletwa kwa udhamini mkubwa kabisa na benki ya Cooperative, kumaanisha kwamba wewe unahitajika kwenda kule benki basi kutafuta mkopo ambao utakufaa wewe kila wakati, kwa sababu unajua kwamba kule shambani unahitaji jambo fulani, labda gari, mambo mengi tu ambayo unahitaji kule shambani. Tukisubiri kumuona Ngina akijitonza ulingoni kimasomaso, basi taratibu wewe ukuwe tayari, kwa sababu tutazungumza mengi kabisa kuhusiana na masuala ambayo yanaendelea katika kipindi hiki cha Kenya's Gold. Ngina, wafanya wakusubiri sana bibi.
Is finally here.
Habari yako?
Well, yeah.
Pole sana kwa kazi. Najua mara nyingi tunajipata tuko field alafu tunaingia.
Yes, today was one of those.
Yes, lakini pia naona korti wamefanya mambo yao, lakini tutazungumzia hiyo baadaye.
Right. Thank you so much for waiting for me.
Karibu sana. Najua kama watu ambao wamezaliwa kama pacha, itabidi umekuwa unasubiri mwenza.
Yeah, and we are twins moving forward. Right. A very good evening, viewers, and very many thanks for joining us this Thursday right here at Kenya's Gold. And today I want us to start the show with a question, and I have a question. It's not a farm joke, relax.
Oh, okay.
And the question is,
kwa sababu farm joke mara nyingi unasema na Google.
Yeah, that's what you do, umekuwa mkora. So the question for today is tell me a job that can give you daily revenue and some profit by 6 a.m. in the morning, and you have 3 seconds to think about it. So tell me a job that can give you revenue by 6 a.m. in the morning. Like watu wakiamka 6 a.m. ushapata pesa yako kwa mfuko, profits.
Sijui.
Well, the answer to that question is dairy farming, because dairy farmers are up by the break of dawn. Wanakamua ng'ombe wao, wanawapeleka sokoni by 6 a.m. They have their revenue and some profit. And that agri sector, dairy farming in Kenya, is our special sector of focus every single Thursday right now. And it's a very important sector given that it supports about 1.8 million smallholder farmers in Kenya. The dairy sector in Kenya is smallholder dominated. Now, to kickstart our show today, we are going to be learning from a farmer in Ziwa region who was gifted a cow by a neighbor, and he has turned that gift into a multi-million family business. Wondering how? Find out in our gold feature coming right up.
How are you?
Yemude.
Yaja. Waja.
Wacha hivi.
Yeah, asante. Karibu Josco Farm.
Thank you so much for having us here. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Karibuni.
Nimetembea hii Ziwa region yote, naambiwa hujafika Josco Farm. Huko ndo utaambiwa mambo ya dairy. Ikabidi tumekuja.
Karibu.
And you have a very good farm. Nataka unipatie ka history kadogo ka hii shamba. Ulianza wapi? Ulianza lini? Na kwa nini ulianza?
Okay.
Yeah.
So my name is Joseph Serone. This is Josco Farm Kambugu. We are 4 directors. Me, myself, Joseph Serone. My wife, Constantine Serone. My son, Bethuel Serone. And the wife, that is my daughter, Agnes. And Nancy Chepkoech. So karibuni. This is a farm which started way back 38 years ago with the only one cow. I was given a cow by a friend called Dauti Rogony, just a neighbor here, Aisha. I brought it, and then from there now I started actually developing. So before that I had to plan what I wanted in dairy. So I traveled all over. I went to Nyeri, I went to Israel, I went to all those places because I wanted to have products which was actually good for our people.
Right.
I had to do the research. Is it going to be good for our people? and the county at large. I had to be flexible, to be advised. What advice did I get? I got a lot of advices from different people, but I had to save what I wanted.
Right. Hiyo breed ambayo ulipatiwa na your neighbor, which breed was
that
it?
That was Asia.
Asia.
Asia, which was very good.
Right.
Yes, that was actually the eye opener. It was just a cow, which actually I learned to know the characteristic of a cow.
Right. And what was the purpose of them giving you that cow? Ulikuwa ushaanza kufikiria kuingia mambo ya dairy ama tu ni vile tu mtu?
Yes, I was challenged way back in Nyahururu by a friend. He had 1.7 acres. He had about 11 cows in a small area. And then I said, how will I be like him? I started like that. Eventually, after a year or so, I got a loan from the cooperative and I bought 3.5 acres. Then I said, what do I want to do with this land? So I had to divide into 4 sections. I started with where I am supposed to stay, that is 0.3. And then I came to 0.2 where the zero grazing is. And then 1 acre, the fodder, that is napier grass. I used to plant old napier grass. But with the new technology, I have pangchong and then I have chung cow, which is very good napier grass.
And you're also growing that variety?
Yes, right. We have very good. In fact, 90% of our actually animal feeds is actually from napier grass, which is the latest napier grass in the world.
By the time you were taking that loan from your cooperative,
yes,
was it also the time when you still had one Asia breed, ama by then ulikuwa ushaanza to expand?
No, by then actually I didn't have any. Even I didn't have the land.
Okay.
Yes, after having the land, at the time now I said, please, how will I get a cow? And then I was given by a friend of mine called Daudi Rovony.
Right.
Yes.
Is Daudi still around?
No, he passed on. He's an old mzee.
But I'm sure he's so proud of you.
Yes, even the sons are there called James Rogon.
Yeah. All right.
Yes.
So how did that one cow, which was given to you as a gift, turn into a very successful dairy farm that we have here?
In fact, when I was given that cow, that was around 1 p.m. in the afternoon.
Acha unakumbuka wakati?
Yes. And then we brought that cow. It is just a neighbor here.
Okay.
This big farm here.
Okay.
We brought that cow reaching here to give birth to Haifa. And that was a starting point. It was a gift. And it's actually the all of these cows is the one actually gave birth to that one. After some time, I had to sell that cow and I started now having what I wanted. Because my head was actually, I wanted Frisian cows.
Frisian.
So, Frisian.
Right.
So I sold that one.
How much did you sell it for at that time?
That was about 50,000.
50,000?
Yes. That was a lot of money. It was a big,
yes.
It was a big cow. Yes. Yeah. So from there now, I started developing now. I started that way. One of the days, I went to Nakuru. There was this agribusiness in Nakuru. And then I had a few coins. I bought 2 Frisians.
At how much? I'm very keen to also
250,000. 250,000.
Each?
One. That was $500,000. I brought it, and that is Nakuru. And then we have another one, Joro.
Oh, you still have them?
Yes, I still have them. It's an old one, but I still have. That's about 8 calves.
Those were your first Frisian cows. Nakuru
and Joro.
Nakuru and Joro.
Yes.
At 250,000
yes,
each.
$500,000.
Right.
From there, now I started developing. I had to have the heifers. We have heifers here. We have about 16 heifers here. All of them are in calf, apart from the far end, which is there. The one which are there, actually they are in calf. They are about to give birth. These are lactating cows. Is about to give birth.
Right.
Yes.
So when we are talking about expanding, umeenda ukanunua your 2 Frisian, you know for sure your conviction is you want to get into the dairy farming space.
Yes.
What are those things that you need to make sure umefikiria vizuri, umepanga vizuri, ndio ukileta ng'ombe wako nyumbani usianze tena kustruggle? And also some of the mistakes that you made then that another farmer who's listening now who will not make.
The first thing is actually to have the feeds. Feeds first before even the structure. You have to have feed. You have to take care of the feeds. How many cows do you want to keep? And what will be the future for that? Once you have finished that one, you go now to the structure. You get a structure using the resources which are available for you to expand. Then from there, you are ready to go.
Right.
You can use manual milking or anything. So long as actually you have already started, doing that.
So when you started with manual milking.
Yeah.
Kwa hivyo ule mkulima mwenye anataka kuanza lakini anaanza na infrastructure kabla feeds, hapo makosa itafanyika.
Yes, because once you have cows and you don't have feeds, it's a waste of time.
Right.
Yes.
A lot of farmers have been kicked out of dairy farming business because of feeds.
Yes. So feeds come in because you have to plan. You have to know, I have about 5 cows. What are the number of bales or what are the feeds you have in the store? Is it enough? Is it going to take you almost 1 year or so? Or what have you? So you have to have proper planning. When for example, here we have 3.5 acres. We don't have anywhere to plant those crops. We have to source from other farms at a cheaper price for us to sustain ourselves in the field. Yes.
So when it comes to feeds, how have you sorted yourself? Take us through what you have grown and what do you source out, and also how you give them to your animals.
Yes, we have the first one. We have Napier grass. We have this Napier grass. This is about 1.5 acres. We normally actually cut every morning to our cows, and then we have the dry matter. That is bomaros, and then we have maize germ. After milling the hay, we put it there, we mix, and then from there we go forward. So it's already taken care of. Even if we go and mix the bomaros, we have enough Napier grass to sustain us for the whole year.
Initially, did you go through any tough challenges with making sure that you have enough feeds for your animals?
Yes.
Tell us that experience. How was it like?
It was a bit tough because most of the things we didn't have the right value source of bomaros. So we used to go up to Nanyuki to get even bomaros, and to bring from there up to here was a bit expensive. So with the scarcity of money, that's where the challenges are. Yeah.
How important is bomaros?
It's not important. It depends with the stage of the bomaros. There's some which actually just a feeder. So when it is actually about to tassel, you cut. Then from there you feed into your cows.
Right.
Otherwise, when it is dry, it is just a feeder.
Right.
Not good for your cows.
Good.
Unless you mix with others, like the Napier grass, then you add the value. Like now, Chunkao. Chunkao is 18.6.
What is Chunkao? It's giving me such a Chinese name.
Yes, Chunkao is a Napier grass from China. It's very fast in growing. It is actually protein content is very high, and growth is very fast.
Are many farmers growing it now?
Yeah, we are introducing. Because we want each and every person in Wasingishu to have Chunkao. Apart from Pangchong. Pangchong is from Thailand.
So you're also growing the Pangchong?
Yes. Pangchong is actually 90% of Pangchong because this one came much later. But Pangchong came earlier.
How do you grow this varieties?
It is just normal. You just cut the stems. You just put in your plant, and that is it.
Right.
Yes, and then from there you do the management, crop management, like any other.
So as of now, sensitization is being done to farmers around Wasingishu to grow these new varieties.
That is actually our prayers. We need each and every farmer. They normally come and we give them free of charge. Initially we used to buy one stock like this, it was about 50 shillings. But now it is free from us.
From you, specifically, Just Farm?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah. Because we want to enrich our fellow farmers.
You really want to see the success stories in Wasingishu County.
Yes.
Now, after I have managed to align my feeding program for my animals, we're getting into infrastructure. How should that look like for my successful dairy farm?
Yeah, if you see this one now, I'm trying to modify to make it better. Because of the scarcity of the laborers, what have you, we want to do what you call robotic way of doing things. We just operate, me and my wife, and my son, of course. This shamba is divided into 3 sections. We have dairy, we have horticulture, and then we have seedlings. My wife is the one in charge of the seedlings there. My son is in charge of dairy, and I'm the one who is in charge of although I'm overall director to oversee the whole thing.
So for infrastructure, nikitaka to make sure wanyama wangu wako comfortable, what are those things that I need to make sure I achieve?
First, use the infrastructure as per your income. Don't fall into the infrastructure without actually certifying the feeds and the animals, because you can have a simple structure and you have quality cows.
So simple structure is important.
Yes, like now this one we have 0.2 acres for animals here, and then we have almost 30 cows.
What made you go for this particular breed?
Because
there's so many other dairy breeds. Why?
Because of its volume of milk in that Holstein Friesian. When you go for the Holstein Friesian, you are sure of expansion. 2, when you go for the Holstein Friesian, although it's a bit complex, but you can easily manage.
Najua kitu kimoja kwamba baada ya kipindi hiki tuseme mwaka huu fika mwisho, nadhani utakuwa umejua Kalenjin ama lugha yetu sana.
Yeah.
Unaona unakutana nao sana.
And they actually gave me the mursik.
Ulikunywa?
No, they gave me the bottle to go home with it.
Hiyo inaitwa sotet.
Yeah, they gave me sotet. Oh, not bottle.
Mursik ni
the
maziwa
drink
yenyewe.
itself. So they gave me sotet.
Okay.
So I have it in a corner in the house, like decorative.
Usiweke kama sanamu, tumia. Sasa kile utafanya
Alright.
ni uchukue maziwa, kisha kama maziwa kule lazima uchemshe. Ukishachemsha unaweka kando ipoe kabisa vizuri, kisha chukua ile sotet. Alafu kuna mti maalum ambao unakoroga nao, lakini lazima kuwepo na mkaa fulani, nyinyi mnaita makaa, lakini kwetu ni dawa fulani ya matibabu ambayo inasaidia sana kama mtu anakuwa na kidonda cha tumbo. Sasa koroga kule, alafu sasa unamimina yale maziwa ndani yake, unafunika, unipatia muda sasa yale maziwa yafikie kiwango ambacho tunaita mursik, lakini nitakufunza bila.
Right. So what I'm going to do over the weekend, I'll video call you and then we're going to do
video call.
No, we're going to have to follow modern technology. There's video call. Sawa?
Okay.
Right. We always tell people to go with the digital. So let's do that.
Sasa hiyo tunaita masomo tekelezi,
practical. Good. We're going to have a video call over the weekend to make mursik, and then we'll give you feedback on Monday. All right. What a fantastic story from Mr. Joseph. And we are not yet done, because when we come back, he's going to be talking to us further on the importance of cooperative societies to farmers. He will also be talking to us on what the national government needs to do in order to improve the dairy sector. And he also does have a message for the Gen Z. You need to stick around for that and more. Now, remember, thanks to farmers like Mr. Joseph, Kenya has been able to be self-sufficient when it comes to milk production over the years. Our current production being at about 4.6 billion liters a year. However, all that milk is not fully utilized because we have wastage somewhere there in between. And later on in the show, we'll be talking to you about what are the factors leading to the wastage of milk. That and more when we come back from this short commercial break.
To live without you, I'm almost done.
Turn back time into an unforgettable adventure with Sawa long-lasting bath soap.
Enjoy all-in-one solutions for your business with Network. Accept multiple payment methods and process all your business transactions on one device, whether it is M-Pesa, Airtel Money, Visa, MasterCard, Apple Pay, or Google Pay. Network does it all. It is faster, it is better, it is smarter. Get it for your business today by calling 0730 847 847.
Wash your clothes with Toss Lavender to leave your clothes with a lasting, irresistible freshness.
Dark marks keep coming back. Any tips? Double the vitamin C power. New Garnier Vitamin C Day and Night Serums. Daily with the #1 vitamin C serum to correct dark marks. At night, new 10% vitamin C serum to help prevent their reappearance. Together, twice as fast dark mark reduction. The Power Duo. New Garnier Vitamin C Day and Night Serums. By Garnier, naturally.
Citizen Duke of the whole
This week kwa Citizen Duka tumewaletea the lovely lady package from Quickmart. Sour bathing soap 35 bob, Always sanitary towel 189 bob, Rexona deodorant 199 bob, Dove lotion 499 bob. Ukinunua hizi products ukitumia Citizen Duka utalipa only 962 bob, meaning utakuwa umesave 578 bob. Unangoja nini? Piga *487*5# na ulipe saizi ka vitu bado ziko kwa stock.
Citizen Duka, the home of discount.
Switch up your game. Open up to more fun, more adventure. Be bold. Be the unapologetic dreamer. Because you deserve more. Pepsi, thirsty for more.
What you eat directly affects your energy levels and mental clarity. Choose foods that nourish your brain and body, ensuring peak performance throughout the day.
Everyone is fueling their greatness. Have you had yours? What's your excuse?
Overcooking vegetables destroys flavor and nutrients. Try gentle cooking techniques like steaming to help retain nutrients.
Afya bora huanza na chakula bora.
Hammer down prices this Black November. Knock out food. Day one of daily crazy offers. Massive deals. Bigger discount. Lower prices. Unbelievable prices. Shop and save more than ever. Knock out food.
Forward and forever. Sote kwa pamoja kesho yapendeza. Tunasonga pamoja, tunashinda. Tukishirikiana twavuka mipaka. Pamoja twainuka na heche twasonga. Pamoja imara na heche together. Wakenya tunasonga.
HF Group. Dreams made possible.
Ulikuwa una expect kushinda?
Nilikuwa tunajaribu bahati.
Iganji kuna venye umeipangia?
Niende pale showroom, niongeze yenye niko nayo, nitoe kaboda man.
Senke. Hello. Wape top shot. Acha nikupe hapa hivi goodie bag. Goodie bag ingine ya Gen Z.
Mavijana wa pale wa wanyama, tujipange na view sasa.
As Inoro TV marks another great year, we say thank you to our viewers and partners for making us the #1 Kikuyu station and the second most popular station in the country. Over the 9 years, we have consistently been at the forefront of promoting health awareness and health literacy to our audiences. This November, we're bringing health services closer to you. On Friday, 1st November 2024, join us at Mara Ragi Primary School in Muranga County for a free medical camp from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. Services to be provided will include hypertension screening, blood sugar testing, cancer screening, HIV testing, and much more. Your health, our priority. See you there.
We have people who can buy this whole house and the people living in it. Who's going to buy the house? You?
Enjoy the convenience of automating your regular payments with M-Pesa Ratiba, the easy-to-use mobile standing order service from M-Pesa. Download the M-Pesa app or dial *334#.
Asante sana kwa kukubali kujiunga nasi. Bado tunaendelea na kipindi cha Kenya's Gold, kipindi ambacho kinakufunza mengi kabisa kuhusiana na masuala ya ukulima, dakika 60 uchambuzi ya makala mbalimbali.
Right, we do want to continue with a very interesting feature from Mr. Joseph, who is a farmer of the day all the way from Ziwa region. But before we get there, allow us to tease the farm joke of the day. You know how we always do right here at Kenya's Gold. And the question that we are asking you today is, actually today I'm nice. It's very simple. Okay. Everyone needs to get it correct. The question is, I have branches, but I have no fruits or leaves. What am I? I have branches, but I have no fruits or leaves. What am I? Do you want a clue? Today I feel nice. I feel like being generous.
Unakaa mtu mpole mpole. Nadhani kwa sababu Manchester ilishinda.
No, but you know I'm an Arsenal fan. So the clue that I'm giving you today, it's a thing we normally talk about every day on the show when we're giving you ideas on what you need to do to grow as a farmer. Let's continue with our feature. Now when you started, you mentioned that uliendea loan yako kwa corporate.
Yes.
Na kuna mkulima ambaye ako dairy farming lakini yeye hajaingia kwa cooperative society. Pengine hata hajui umuhimu. What can you tell such a farmer?
Yeah, that is punishing yourself, because once you have the money from milk and use the same money to expand yourself, it will take a longer time for you to achieve what you want. So, but if you go for the loan, they have been giving me good money and I buy a good cow and I pay 10% per annum. Yes, for almost 3 years. Whatever you have from the income, you expand yourself.
Kwa hivyo cooperatives wamekusaidia sana.
Kiboko yao.
Right, now we want to improve the livelihood and the welfare of our dairy farmers huku mashinani. What are the solutions that we need to go out for?
We need to advocate. Dairy farming is not very expensive. It is only mindset. And you go for the training. Like now, we normally have the training. We thank the dairies. They have been actually offering different training for our people. It's only us who are not actually implementing what we have been trained for. We just go for training as a hobby without actually knowing the importance of that thing.
What is something that you learned from a training that saved your life? Yani hata ukikuja kuongeleshwa na mkulima mwingine, you have to quote that thing you learned from a particular training.
Farming is the biggest job in the world. And that is chaos inclusive. Yeah, you have to plan, you have to see what is there, and then you execute.
There's no other job bigger than farming.
Kuna.
Every other thing stops for
even
farming.
If you are a president, farming is there.
Number one.
Because for you, at the end of the day, hati mimi nataka kula dairy. The dairy is from where?
Mkulima.
We have to advocate. Like now I've been telling our people, there is no point of actually going to center from 6 to 7 without doing something in your own home. Let's change the way of doing things. Keep one cow. Take care of that cow. From there, you'll expand like this.
Expand pole.
I have a very good mentor of mine called Willie Kirwa in Kapseret. He's the one who made me to go to Israel, to go and understand what is there actually.
What did you see in Israel that you feel like we need to implement back at home?
They are using the simple resources to reap.
A lot.
A lot.
What are these simple resources?
Simple resources like water. They have valuable water. They have feeds which actually they are collecting from the desert. They are irrigating.
Yes.
They are irrigating.
Yes.
And from there they use.
They're doing large scale
And yet
irrigation.
the soil they are using is actually from Kenya to that place because that's a dry area.
So large scale irrigation is important.
Very important. We have water. And for you to have proper planning for dairy, you should have reliable sources of water.
So reliable sources of water.
Yes.
Feed. Lazima.
Yes.
All right. Infrastructure.
Feed is the first one.
Number one, feed.
Followed by water.
Right.
Followed by the management. That is your people now who are managing that.
Right.
You are ready to go.
Are you now making profits out of your business? Unajua kuna ile unaambia we are breaking even for now, for a while, then profits zitaingia.
That is why actually at times we say, okay, I tell my wife, please, we go to picnic or we go somewhere. Because this is actually money. Like for example, if it's of lot 10 of them at a minimum of 250, that is 2.5 million per year. That is from Haifa Pekake. Yes, apart from the manure we have. Because when you have cows, we have biogas. Sawa? Biogas is actually will assist you to cook. Two, you have manure. Manure is for your products, for your neighbor, for your everything. Third one, you have your foliar feed from this kind of the stuff.
If you look at how much you probably spend on feed, so that we also, see how the profit is like. If you compare that, how much do you spend in feeds maybe in a year?
In a year?
Yeah.
Maybe about 500,000.
500,000. And you have how many cows as of now?
30.
30. So
Yes.
with 30 cows, with feeds you're spending about 500,000.
Yes.
Lakini bado December ukiuza ng'ombe wako kama ngapi hivi?
10, that is 2.5, only one product, and plus milk plus everything, you are okay.
Sijaweka hata pesa ya maziwa.
Yes.
Nimeweka tu ya kuuza ng'ombe pekee.
Yes.
Sijaweka yenye umesave kwa kutumia biogas. Ulipi stima huku kama wengine. Naona, I see why you will be able to go for picnics very often.
Yes,
You mentioned that your son is part of the directors. Why was that very important to bring in your son?
We are getting old. Our graph is going down, and they have to come up. And they have to understand what is happening for them actually to take over, and we go and rest. When I'll be 70 or, now I'm 62 years. When I'll be 70, I'll be just from there, just get my car and go. I don't want to know what is happening there. They are the one to feed me. They are the one to pay my salary. Yes. Yeah. Right now we are paying the salary to those people, the directors and the workers.
Right.
Because actually they are part of the system.
So you have a salary for them after every month?
Anybody who is employed, we give them allowances.
A salary?
No allowances. Anybody who is not employed, salary.
Right.
Yes.
Good. Finally, as we wind up this conversation, if we were to talk to the government, right, for the sake of the dairy sector, what are those necessary steps of action that they need to take so that our dairy sector is doing well? We are producing enough milk to even export to other countries, just like the way Israel is doing. What is the next step?
The first thing, you emphasize and we preach one gospel. Let's all the people to form cooperative for the better bargaining of the animal products, that's milk and what have you. Two, government to promote existing dairy farmers for them actually to realize the importance of. Three, government to reduce the taxes for the produce or for the supplies of to the dairy cows.
Right.
Yes. Three things.
Wakifanya hizo tutakuwa sawa.
Yuko sawa.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Joseph.
Asante
For
sana.
having me here and opening this series. Hii ndo ya kwanza ya kufundisha wakulima about dairy farming. Kwa hivyo hii mawaidha yako ndio imewafikia ya kwanza. Uko sure sasa wamesikia and they'll learn, they'll do what you have said.
Yes.
Maisha yao itakuwa sawa?
Itakuwa sawa. Poverty, zero. Kwanza with this kind of the generation, the youth, they have to take up. We have a lot of employment.
Right.
Yes. Right now we have about 11 people here, and all of them are actually Gen Z.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. Because we want to train them. Actually, it's not a white collar job for you to succeed. Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'll definitely see if I can get a car.
No problem. Give me the money. I'll give you some. I'll give you sauri.
Nitapewa discount.
300,000. Allah from there.
Is without or with the discount?
290.
250. Thank you. Yeah. Now we have come to the end of this fantastic feature, learning so much about what inspired Mr. Joseph to get into dairy farming, how he started from just a simple gift from his neighbor, and now he is the proud owner of this very successful Josco farm. And you back at home, this can also be your story. Thank you so much for watching, but please do keep it Kenya's Gold. We do have a lot more. Wacha sana katafute kikombe cha chai. See you.
Hello, my name is Mary Oyeke. I'm from the county of Homa Bay. Towards the end of 2019, I could feel a growth on my left breast. When the person gets checked and anything is found early, it is easier, it is cheaper for the company, it is cheaper for everybody, it is cheaper for the economy when you're dealing with somebody who is at stage 1 than it is at stage 4. To everyone who's also starting this journey, I wish you well. God be with you. It is not as daunting when you know that there are people who are going through this with you. We are there, we are available, and we will walk with you through this journey. We'll hold your hand through this journey.
This message is brought to you by Royal Media Services. We care.
Physical activity boosts your metabolism and mental sharpness. Whether it's a walk or a workout, movement is key to maintaining energy and focus.
Everyone is fueling their greatness. Have you had yours? What's your excuse?
No one who is immune from judicial scrutiny. Not the Senate, not the National Assembly, not ourselves. Your Lordship, penetrate the doctrine of restraint, the judicial restraint. Let this court penetrate it.
Focus on me. The hero's ready to win. Got the spotlight. The star must be. And the focus goes to the tree.
Vivo.
When your kids learn to be independent, you're giving them a great start. Prestige Margarine. It all starts with a great start. Now comes in the original and vanilla flavor.
A comfortable diaper can make a significant difference in your baby's happiness. Choose diapers that are soft to the touch and have stretchy sides to provide a snug but gentle fit.
New Soft Care Space Series is rooted from space technology. Keeps you dry and comfortable for 12 hours long. Soft Care. Protect your leap.
Ngozi yako ina glow. Nilijipaka mafuta leo asubuhi nikikam, lakini skin yangu ishaparara and it looks so dull. Sis, see if the new Nice and Lovely Lemon Extract Body Lotion. Hiyo ndo secret yangu to a moisturized and bright skin. Usimix.
New Nice and Lovely Lemon Lotion, enriched with vitamin C and sunflower seed oil for 48-hour nourishing glow and brighter skin. Try Nice and Lovely Lemon Lotion today.
When looking for a great washing powder, opt for powders with biodegradable ingredients to minimize environmental impact.
Explore the nature and create from it. The spirit of inventors leads to the inspiration for new technology. Join us, Clesoft Invent for Life.
Decorated clubs in English football, it is always a big deal with these. And Garnacho! That is of the very high.
Stream all 380 matches for just 500 shillings on Showmax Premier League. Visit showmax.com to get started.
Are you a teacher seeking to upgrade your education? Enroll for your studies at Mount Kenya University and learn through the distance institution-based and electronic learning mode. Reporting dates are 30th November and 1st December 2024 in all our campuses. Intake is in progress. Mount Kenya University, unlocking infinite possibilities.
My friends and I actually think it's better than butter.
Perfectly salted. It's better than butter.
Onja margarine from Pwani oil. Better than butter.
Pigo kwa Rigathi Gachagua huku mahakama ikitoa nafasi ya kuapishwa kwa Kindiki kuwa naibu rais. Kaunti sasa zalia hazina pesa kuendesha shughuli na kulipa mishahara baada ya bilioni 63 kucheleweshwa. Polisi wameua mshukiwa mkuu wa mauaji ya Willy Sayeko baada ya mshukiwa mwingine pia kufariki. Na bunge la Wajir lauliza aliko mwakilishi wa Dela, mabalozi wakiwa na hofu ya kupotea kwa watu kiholela.
Life is here. My friends and I actually think it's better than butter.
Perfectly salted. It's better than butter.
Onja margarine from Pwani oil. Better than butter.
And we're back. Thank you so much for staying with us. Now, when beginning the show, we talked about the fact that thanks to farmers such as Mr. Joseph, Kenya has been able to be self-sufficient when it comes to milk production over the years. Our current production being at about 4.6 billion liters a year. Now, Kenya's dairy sector is one of the top leading in Africa, and it is the leading in East Africa. However, all that milk that is being produced by our farmers is not well utilized because of losses, and some of the factors that are leading to these losses include poor infrastructure. Here we are talking about bad roads, and it gets worse during bad weather. When there's flooding, the roads become absolutely impassable, and this makes it very difficult for our farmers to take the milk to the market. A case in point, in 2019, we did have farmers in Nyandarua pouring milk because of not being able to access the market. Another factor that is leading to losses when it comes to our milk that is being produced by farmers is spillage, and this comes from careless handling of the milk. Pengine wakati una milk unagonga mkebe ya maziwa inamwagika, or even storage or the lid that you're putting your milk in is not tight enough. As you take it to the market, we have spillage that happens right there. Then we also have lack of modern technology. Absolutely, and this is one of the biggest issues that we are facing, given that most of the milk that is produced in Kenya is from our smallholder farmers. And when you talk about modern technology, we are talking about the cold chains that can preserve our milk at the preferred temperature. Then you also have the challenge of inconsistent power sources. We need power to service our cold chains. So when we lack this, then it means our preservation of milk is not going to be effective, and this in turn leads to losses. And finally, one of the other major factors that we are facing when it comes to loss of milk is forced consumption. Remember, when it comes to milking, our farmers do milk in the morning, most of them before 6 a.m. and in the evening as well. It's very easy for them to get market in the morning, but in the evening, it's not guaranteed that they'll get the market. A lot of the people, especially in the rural regions, will take the milk in the morning. Therefore, jioni, wale wakulima ambao wametoa maziwa, they'll end up having to just consume it because there's no choice. Unapata, hakuna market ya jioni, and these are some of the major factors that are leading to losses of that 4.6 billion liters of milk that our dairy farmers are producing yearly. But right here at Kenya's Gold, as we journey right here at dairy sector, we'll make sure that we address some of these challenges with the help of experts who will be talking to us about the way forward, so that we make sure that this sector is working for the betterment of our farmers.
Kuna vitu viwili umetaja.
Right.
Kwanza hapo kwa mkebe tutazungumza sana. Ukigonga anguka sana.
Yes.
Lakini
oh yeah, it happened to me before.
Yeah. Twende ya pili. Angalia wakati moja naona katika mtandao wa kitandazi au Facebook, kuna bingo moja alianguka na motorbike.
Right.
Maziwa ya mwagika kule. Right. Lakini naamini kwamba tukiendelea vivyo hivyo basi itakuwa ni rahisi sana, hasa kuangalia kwamba serikali inazingatia masuala ya kutengeneza barabara, hasa kwa wakulima ambao wanatoka kule mashinani kusafirisha maziwa yao kuelekea katika miji ama jijini Nairobi. Lakini right, kabla ya kukupa nafasi, kuna bingwa moja hapa amesema mevalia nadhifu sana sanguo ya black.
Oh. Kalib, thank you.
Anaitwa Kinywa.
Kinywa. Thanks, Kinywa. Thanks for watching. All right, now we have come to the end of the show, and we are not yet done with the dairy sector. We will make sure that we educate you further on breed management, nutrition, veterinary services, disease control, all that and more. But yeah, before we put a full stop to it, let us have a look at our farm joke of the day and see what our viewers guessed as the answer. Okay. The question you were asking was, I have branches, but I have no fruits or leaves. And I told you today it's very easy, so all of you need to get it correct. So let us look at some of the answers that our viewers have sent across our social media platforms. We have Daniel_Nduko who says cactus. Hey, okay. Mudeo who says definitely a bank. All right. And another one from Slevin_Walufu who says that tree that Jesus cast. What is it again? Tere, is there a tree that Jesus cast? You know the Bible.
Usiweke imani yangu katika majaribio.
No, is there a tree that Jesus cast? I can't remember that story in the Bible. Which one?
Uko serious?
And I go to church every Sunday. Yo. Which one is it?
Siwezi, nataka uende
kusoma Biblia. You don't know.
Mimi.
Which is it?
Najua vizuri sana.
What?
Fanya hivi. Kwa sababu ya kitu kimoja, enda usome. Tumefanya hata na wewe wakati mmoja.
Najua langu la Biblia.
Sitakwambia kwa sababu ya kitu kimoja, ndio uende usome, ujifunze na usisahau tena.
Okay, this is the character of someone who doesn't know the answer.
Unajua jana uliniingilia tena na Google.
What's the answer? Leo, okay, inaanza na letter. I'll guess.
Siwezi kuambia.
Hajui.
Asante, nakubali.
Hajui. And the answer to our farm joke is a bank. It has branches, but no fruits or trees at all.
Of course.
Yeah.
Lakini nafurahi sana kwamba umetufuatilia tangu zindua hadi sasa tumefika ukoko. Ni semeje, salia na Mwenyezi Mungu, kumbuka tutatimiza ndoto. Jina langu ni Emmanuel Letterer, kumbuka vile vile tutafaulu sana.
Tutafaulu wapi na ujui mti? So, guys, this is what we are going to do. I hate losing, all right? I'm so competitive. It's not even funny. So I'm going to go Google which tree, read the Bible. Tomorrow as we open the show, best believe, sitaanza na zile, oh, welcome ladies and gents for tuning in.
Utakuja kama amen.
In the book of The Bible says the 3 E's. That and more tomorrow. Thank you so very much for watching. We'll see you again with a lot more when it comes to climate smart agriculture and sustainability. My name is Violet Angina. Good night.
Gold, brought to you by Cooperative Bank of Kenya.
It's safe, convenient and chop-chop. Simply use your normal COP ATM card that's already in your wallet to pay for fuel, shopping and your meals at the restaurant. Lipa na kadi.
These days, you have to shop smart as everything is so expensive. I shop smart. I always get a good bargain when I buy my mbogas from Mama Chege. I shop smart. I buy the 1 kg of Msafi, which costs the same as 500 grams of a popular detergent. I shop smart. Msafi removes tap stains and keeps clothes bright. And its pleasant fragrance keeps clothes smelling fresh. Chagua smart, value maradufu na Msafi.
When you've gotta go for Neptune, the softer 2-ply tissue paper, available in plain white and colored.
Women's Modal Tees. Only 1,600 shillings each when you buy 2. Only superior shape retention. It holds its shape for longer. The only t-shirt to choose.
In a world that's rapidly changing, the future begins at Sensei College. With just your ID, you enter a welcoming and value-based environment to build your dreams and aspirations. Our industry-focused courses ensure you gain unique, specialized, and highly marketable industrial skills, unlocking your future. Intake ongoing in Nakuru and Nairobi campuses. Call 0729 891 301. Karibu Sensei College.
Oh mom, tucheze kama Indomie na kafeva, sosi meja kwa bumbu, sunda maji ongeza, weka kitu kwa jiko, neka mali kwa sinia unatandaza. Mixi unachanganya, shike ladha daka tatu, rada safi mautamu. Kuku beef, supo mojo mautamu. Kana nice na kaboro mautamu. Bei safi na unashiba mautamu. Indomie, furahia mlo mtamu.
Citizen Duka, the home of discounts.
Citizen Duka, the home of discounts, brings you this week's Mama Safi package.
from Quickmart. Sour bathing soap 250 grams at 59 bob. Persil washing powder 500 grams at 128 bob. Pepsodent toothpaste at 189 bob. Quick Choice tissue 4-pack at 189 bob. Packing bag 40 shillings. Ukinunua hii package ukitumia Citizen Duka, utalipa only 605 shillings, meaning utakuwa umesave 262 shillings. Piga *487*5# na ulipe saizi ka vitu bado ziko kwa stock.
Citizen Duka, the home of discount.
Diapers come in various sizes and are designed to fit babies at different stages of growth. It's crucial to choose a diaper size that matches your baby's weight and age.
New Soft Care Space Series is rooted from space technology. Keeps you dry and comfortable for 12 hours long. Soft Care. Protect your leap.
Good morning. Hammer down prices this Black November. Knockout Foods. Day one of daily crazy offers. Massive deals. Bigger discounts. Lower prices. Unbelievable prices. Shop and save more than ever. Knockout Foods.
My name is John Dungu Mwangi from Subukia. I've been participating in Aviator for quite some time. I've been praying that one day luck will be on my side. I will continue playing because there are stakes there that are higher than what I got. I won big on Shabiki Aviator.
Changamkia Aviator on Shabiki.com.
Not for persons under the age of 18. Authorized and regulated by BCLB license number 428.
The Changamka Shopping Festival is back, bigger and better for its 7th year. From November 5th to 9th, 2024, KICC will come alive with incredible Made in Kenya products. Join us as we celebrate the ingenuity and resilience of Kenya's manufacturing sector alongside the Kenya Industrialization Conference in partnership with the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry. Don't miss out on the super sale, factory prices, amazing discounts and opportunity to buy Kenya, build Kenya.
No one who is immune from judicial scrutiny. Not the Senate, not the National Assembly, not ourselves. Your Lordship, penetrate the doctrine of restraint, the judicial restraint. Let this court penetrate it.
Focus on me. The hero's ready to win. Got the spotlight. The star must be.
And the focus goes to the tree! Vivo.
Many insurers allow customization, enabling policyholders to add or remove services based on their needs.
Go with the flow. Every answer we give, always miles to go. Life's too short to just be living.
Mfuko 6 ya hizi umeweza kupanda aneido vaneka. Lishe ya ng'ombe mmoja mwaka mzima.
Kuishi peke yako ni ngumu sana.
Hata usiseme.
Dajukiz, mama yako alikufundisha kupika na mimi nikakufundisha kuendesha gari. Gari hili ni lako.
Soko, more than a meal.
Imagine, haiwezi live in 50 different movements. Makofi to both babies and Molfix. Renewed Molfix, ultimate quality.
Mtazamaji, asante kwa kuchagua Nipashe mwisho wa mwezi, nikitumai kwamba ubuheri wa afya popote pale ulipo. Karibu kwenye taarifa ambazo tumezipa kipaumbele jioni ya leo.
Public interest demands that the office of the Deputy President should not remain vacant.
Pigo kwa Rigathi Gachagua, huku mahakama ikitoa nafasi ya kuapishwa kwa Kindiki kuwa naibu rais. Kaunti sasa zalia hazina pesa kuendesha shughuli na kulipa mishahara baada ya bilioni 63 kucheleweshwa. Polisi wamuua mshukiwa mkuu wa mauaji ya Willis Ayeko baada ya mshukiwa mwingine pia kufariki. Na bunge la Wajir lauliza aliko mwakilishi wa Dela, mabalozi wakiwa na hofu ya kupotea kwa watu kiholela.
Njoki Shege ananisaidia kwenye matangazo haya kitumia lugha ya ishara. Mtazamaji, tuandamane kuanzia sasa hadi tamati. Limekuwa pigo jingine mahakamani kwa naibu rais aliyeondolewa mamlakani Rigathi Gachagua baada ya majaji watatu kutupilia mbali agizo la kumzuia Profesa Kithure Kindiki kuapishwa kama naibu rais. Uamuzi wa majaji Anthony Mrima, Eric Ogola na Frida Mugambi ukitoa fursa ya kuapishwa kwa naibu rais mteule. Aidha, mahakama ya rufaa vile ilidinda kutoa amri ya kusitisha kusikizwa kwa kesi ya kumuondoa Gachagua mamlakani. Seth Olale anaarifu zaidi.
Katika uamuzi wao, majaji watatu waliondoa amri ya kuzuia Profesa Kithure Kindiki kuapishwa kuwa naibu rais, huku wakisema kikatiba nafasi ya naibu rais haiwezi kuachwa wazi.
Article 3 of the Constitution, where every person has an obligation to respect, uphold and defend the Constitution. We choose to abide by that calling. As such, public interest demands that the office of the Deputy President should not remain vacant.
Majaji hao wakisisitiza kwamba mahakama kuu ina mamlaka ya kisheria kusikiza na kuamua kesi ya kumuondoa naibu rais ofisini.
This context, Article 165(3)D Roman 2 expressly grants the High Court the authority to determine whether any act purporting to have been done under the authority of the Constitution or any law is inconsistent with or in contravention of the Constitution.
Jopo hilo likisisitiza kwamba maslahi ya umma yanaegemea kufuatiliwa kwa katiba ambayo inaipa fursa bunge jukumu la kumuondoa naibu rais. Na kwa hiyo mahakama ilimpa fursa Profesa Kindiki mbali amri kutoka kwa mahakama kuu ya Kerugoya iliyositisha shughuli hiyo. Hapo awali, mahakama ya rufaa ilikataa kutoa amri ya kusitisha kwa muda kusikizwa kwa kesi ya kumuondoa Gachagua inayoendeshwa na mahakama kuu. Mahakama ya rufaa imeratibu tarehe 6 mwezi Novemba kama siku ya kusikizwa kwa ombi la rufaa lililowasilishwa na Rigathi Gachagua. Seth Olale, runinga ya Citizen katika mahakama ya Milimani, kaunti ya Nairobi.
Kwenye taarifa nyingine tutakuarifu kuhusiana na pilka na mikakati ya kutayarisha maandalizi ya kuapishwa kwa Profesa Kithure Kindiki kuwa naibu rais wakati wote kuanzia kesho. Taarifa hiyo ni hivi punde, lakini kwa sasa tugeukie masuala mengine ambapo maafisa wa polisi wamemuua mshukiwa wa ujambazi aliyetajwa kuwa mshukiwa mkuu wa mauaji ya meneja wa kampuni ya Wells Fargo Willis Ayeko. Mshukiwa huyo alikuwa mafichoni kwenye hoteli moja jijini Kisumu ambapo alikabiliana na polisi na kuuawa. Mshukiwa huyu ni wa pili kuuawa baada ya mshukiwa mwingine kufariki hapo jana. Franklin Wala anaarifu.
Kizaza cha makabiliano baina ya polisi na mshukiwa. Polisi walimfumania mshukiwa wa mauaji akiwa mafichoni katika hoteli moja mjini Kisumu. Yadaiwa mshukiwa aliamrishwa kujisalimisha ila alifyatua risasi.
In an active shooter situation, you can't allow your enemy to pull the trigger first.
Tukio lilisababisha kupigwa risasi na mshukiwa huyo akafariki. Polisi wanadai aliyeuawa ni mshukiwa mkuu wa mauaji ya Willis Ayeko. Pia ni miongoni mwa washukiwa wawili waliotoroka mtego wa polisi Jumanne usiku, wakati polisi waliwakamata washukiwa wawili na bastola ya Willis kupatikana.
And then we had some 2 arrests that were made in Wagai about 2 days ago. And this followed some shootouts which resulted to the recovery of the firearm that was robbed off from the late.
Aidha, mshukiwa mmoja alifariki baada ya kupata majeraha wakati wa makabiliano.
Lady was arrested after she got injured and was unable to escape. As 2 suspects reportedly escaped from the scene. The lady, as it has already been reported, succumbed to the injuries she suffered.
Uchunguzi wa polisi unafichua mshukiwa aliyeuawa hivi leo ndiye kiongozi wa genge lililohusika na mauaji ya Willis. Chumbani kwake ndiko kulikopatikana mavazi ya wanajeshi. Alipouawa, polisi walipata bastola. Msako wa polisi umezama zaidi kuwatafuta wahusika wengine ambao wanahusishwa na genge hili. Mshukiwa mmoja aliyetoa pesa kutoka kwa M-Pesa ya marehemu alifikishwa mahakamani jana na kuzuiliwa kwa siku 21. Leo mshukiwa mwingine wa kike alifikishwa mahakamani Siaya na kuzuiliwa kwa siku 21. Franklin Wala, runinga ya Citizen.
Mtazamaji, kama nilivyoarifu hapo awali, maandalizi yanaendelea kabla ya kuapishwa kwa naibu rais mteule Profesa KITHURE Kindiki wakati wote kutoka kesho, baada ya mahakama kuondoa kizuizi cha kuapishwa kwake. Na kama anavyotuarifu Emmanuel To, sherehe zimepamba moto katika kijiji cha Irunduni, kaunti ya Tharaka Nithi, anakotoka Kindiki.
Ni taswira kamili katika kijiji cha Irunduni, kaunti ya Tharaka Nithi, nyumbani kwake naibu rais mteule Profesa Abraham KITHURE Kindiki. Wakazi waliojawa na furaha na bashasha wakifurika barabarani kwa shangwe, nderemo na hoihoi kusherehekea uamuzi wa mahakama kuruhusu kuapishwa kwa Kindiki kuwa naibu rais.
Niko na furaha sana kwa sababu kijana wetu Kindiki alikuwa vice president wa Kenya yote. Amekuwa saa hii tunasikia sauti atakuwa na atakuwa. Tuko na furaha sana, hata hatutalala leo. Tutakuwa tunashangilia huko. Na mpaka kesho. Na sio kesho, hata kesho kutu itakuwa. Hata mtondoro.
Leo hata tunataka tupewe nafasi hata ile pombe ya mikimila ya Kitharaka. Tunataka tukubarikwa leo tukunywe kiasi. Ili tuweze kusherehekea hapa.
Wakimshukuru Rais William Ruto kwa kumteua Kindiki kuchukua nafasi hiyo.
Sisi tumefurahia sana na tumeunga serikali mkono. Tunasema serikali iendelee na tutamshikilia sisi kama wakaaji wa hii area ya Irunduni.
KITHURE Kindiki amenimotivate kwamba hakuna mtu hawezi tokea hata kama unafanya kazi zako. Unaweza ibuka, unaweza kuwa hata rais, hata kama unachota maji hapa jirani hapa.
Nduguye Kindiki, Isaiah Kindiki, ambaye ndiye naibu chancellor wa chuo kikuu cha KCA, akieleza furaha yake.
The people of Kenya, from a family perspective, I will say that thank you so much for giving my brother many opportunities to serve this republic. As a senator for Tharaka Nithi, he contributed significantly to the political development of the Senate.
Akimsifia nduguye kama mchapakazi.
His commitment to duty, his beliefs and the faith in God, his trust in family, his trust in his people, the community of the Republic of Kenya and the leadership of Kenya. I expect that he will be helping the head of state to deliver on the promises that they made.
Haya najiri Kindiki akitarajiwa kuapishwa wakati wowote kutoka hapo kesho Ijumaa. Kulingana na sheria ya uapishaji wa naibu rais, shughuli hiyo inatarajiwa kufanyika kati ya saa 4 asubuhi na kukamilika kabla ya saa 8 mchana. Kindiki atalishwa viapo viwili na msajili mkuu wa mahakama Frida Mokaya, jaji mkuu Martha Koome ama naibu wake wakishuhudia mbele ya umma. Baadaye Kindiki anatarajiwa kulihutubia taifa kwa hotuba yake ya kwanza kama naibu rais. Emmanuel To, runinga ya Citizen, Nairobi.
Na sasa tugeukie masaibu yaliyoko katika kaunti ambapo magavana sasa wanalalamikia uhaba mkubwa wa pesa kwenye kaunti baada ya serikali kuu kuchelewa kutuma zaidi ya shilingi bilioni 60 kuendesha shughuli zao. Huku baadhi ya kaunti zikishindwa kuwalipa wafanyikazi wake, wengine wamelazimika kuchukua mikopo benki ili kuendesha shughuli. Crispin Otieno anaarifu.
Hali ya wasiwasi imewaingia magavana wengi nchini wanaosema wanazidi kulemewa mzigo wa kuwalipa wafanyikazi wao. Hii ni kufuatia kuchelewa kutumwa kwa fedha za usimamizi wa serikali za kaunti kwa wakati ufaao. Wizara ya Fedha ingali kutuma shilingi bilioni 63 kwa serikali za kaunti. Katika kaunti ya Nyamira, wafanyikazi wanadai kuwa hawajalipwa kwa mwezi wa pili sasa. Ni kufuatia hali hii ambapo naibu mwenyekiti wa muungano wa magavana na gavana wa Nyeri Mutahi Kahiga anasema mambo yanazidi kuyumba kaunti.
As we are speaking today, we have just received the August disbursement last week. That will tell you that now, being the 31st of December, we are already owed another 2 months. This has really negatively impacted on counties. As we are speaking, the government owes us about 63.59 billion.
Baadhi ya magavana sasa wakilazimika kuchukua mikopo ya dharura benki ili kujipiga jeki.
I want to say for my case, many counties would have not paid. For my case, we have, through the pending bills, I want to state clearly that I saved so much, close to 1 billion. Much of that money was to be paid for air project.
We would want to continually urge the CS, John Bundy, to kindly release the payments of the remaining months.
Katika kaunti ya Makueni, Gavana Mutula Kilonzo Jr. anasema hali hiyo inasababisha wasambazaji bidhaa kufanya mgomo baridi, kwani kwa miezi 4 hawajapata fedha.
For the first time since devolution ianze Kenya, tumefika karibu miezi 4 bila kupata pesa. And wale ambao ni suppliers wetu are losing confidence in counties. Tukiwaambia watu supply, wanashangaa watalipwa lini.
Katika kaunti ya Kericho, imelazimu kaunti kusaini mkataba na benki mbalimbali ili kuzuia kukwama kwa shughuli. Crispin Otieno, runinga ya Citizen.
Kwingineko, bunge la kaunti ya Wajir pamoja na mabaraza mengine 46 ya kaunti sasa yametishia kuahirisha vikao ndani ya siku 7 zijazo iwapo mwakilishi wodi wa Dela Anole aliyetoweka hata kuwa amepatikana. Yusuf Hussein Ahmed aliripotiwa kutekwa nyara mwezi jana hapa jijini Nairobi na tangu wakati huo hajaonekana. Haya yanajiri huku mabalozi 9 wa kigeni wakilalamikia kuzidi kwa visa vya utekaji nyara kiholela, kama anavyotuarifu sasa Ben Kirui.
Ni siku ya 49 sasa tangu Yusuf Hussein Ahmed, mwakilishi wodi wa Dela Anole kaunti ya Wajir, kutoweka baada ya kutekwa nyara katika barabara ya Enterprise hapa jijini Nairobi. Wajumbe kutoka kaunti 47 wakifanya kikao kuitaka serikali kutoa taarifa za aliko Yusuf.
This incident has created a climate of fear among the county membership, with no clear action taken to ensure his safe return. Despite our outreach to Inspector General of Police and multiple appeals to relevant authorities, there has been no action to date.
Jukwaa la mabunge ya kaunti likitoa makataa ya siku 7 kwa serikali kuwajibika, la sivyo watasambaratisha vikao vya bunge.
And in solidarity with the County Assembly of Wajir, and in trying to ensure that we take care of the security of the honorable member who is missing, that all the operations of all the 47 county assemblies will be brought to halt.
Wajumbe hao wanaamini kuwa Yusuf yupo mikononi mwa serikali, kwani kabla ya kutoweka kwake Septemba tarehe 13, inaripotiwa alikuwa ameamrishwa na asasi za usalama kufika Wajir kuandikisha taarifa, amri aliyotii. Siku 4 baadaye alitekwa nyara.
The Speaker has indicated to you that the County Security and Intelligence Committee had invited him for a conversation. So the last conversation about his appearance or disappearance is around police.
As we had done in the previous cases on the 3 missing Kitengela young men
Bob Njagi and the Longton brothers, we will be able to employ such tactics.
Haya yanajiri huku mabalozi 9 wa kigeni wakielezea masikitiko yao kuhusiana na kukamatwa kiholela kwa raia wa Kenya na kutoweka kwao licha ya maamuzi ya mahakama. Mabalozi hawa sasa wakitaka serikali kuheshimu sheria. Ben Kiroi, runinga ya Citizen, Nairobi.
Wakenya wametoa hisia mseto kuhusiana na uamuzi wa majaji watatu kutupilia mbali agizo la kuzuia kuapishwa kwa Profesa Kithure Kindiki kama naibu rais. Hem, tusikize.
Tuliwapatia kula wote wawili na we never thought that they could separate. So we are not contented with the decision of the court. Na tunataka justice, tunaweza taka hadi Rigathi aende kwa higher court.
Tutavumilia hivyo mpaka 2027.
Yeah.
Hivyo umefanya, Kindiki ni wetu hata sisi pia, na tutavumilia. Na huyo Kindiki atakuwa nyuma ya Gachagua 2027.
Tumekasirika sana juu ya kuondolewa kwa mheshimiwa wetu Rigathi Gachagua. Tunamjua na tunamtabua. Yeye amefanya kazi hapa na diposa tulimpatia President Ruto waende na yeye. President Ruto alikuja hapa akatuambia tumpatie huyu kijana waende wafanye kazi na yeye, na tukampatia. Sai amemwacha, sijui kwa nini amemtega.
Tunasidwa ni sheria gani wamefuata? Maana sheria huwa inafuatwa kila wakati, lakini tunaona hawajafuata sheria. Maana walikuwa nasema watafuata sheria na sheria hawajaifuata. Deputy siku ya jana alituambia tukiwa kwa mazishi tuvumilie, kuna kitu wanajua itatendeka, lakini hatukuwa tunajua ni kuondolewa ataondolewa.
Kama ni sisi tungesema Rigathi akae hapo.
Tunamtambua nani Mount Kenya nyinyi?
Mount Kenya tunatambua Rigathi Gachagua Geoffrey.
Na mtazamaji, huku tukielekea kwenye mapumziko, ni kwamba taarifa tunazopokea kufikia sasa ni kwamba kumetolewa notisi kwenye gazeti rasmi la serikali kuhusiana na mikakati ya kuapishwa kwa naibu rais Profesa Kithure Kindiki, na ni kwamba kamati imebuniwa, kamati inayohusiana na masuala ya uteuzi katika nyadhifa za serikali, kwamba kamati hiyo itafanya vikao vyake kuhusiana na uteuzi uliofanywa na Rais William Ruto kumteua Profesa Kithure Kindiki kuwa naibu rais, na baada ya mahakama hii leo kutupilia mbali kesi ambayo ilikuwa inapinga shughuli za kuapishwa kwake, ni kwamba kamati hiyo imebuniwa na ni kamati ambayo itahusisha watu 21, mwenyekiti wake akiwa Masi Wanjau ambaye ni katibu katika baraza la mawaziri. Baadhi ya wale ambao pia watakuwa ni wanakamati ni pamoja na Dorcas Oduor ambaye ni mkuu wa sheria. Vile vile kuna mkuu wa usajili katika mahakama Winfrida Mokaya ambaye atakuwa ni pamoja na wale watakaokuwa katika kamati hiyo. Raymond Omolo, katibu mkuu katika wizara ya usalama wa ndani, pia ni mmoja watakaohusika. Chris Kipto, katibu katika wizara ya hazina ya kitaifa, pia atakuwepo, pamoja na Korir Sing'oei ambaye ni katibu mkuu katika wizara masuala ya nje ya taifa, miongoni mwa wengine wengi. Hapa nikiwaona ni makatibu ambao watakuwa kwenye kamati hiyo ambayo itasikiliza na kuweza kutoa uamuzi wake. Hassan Omar, pia katibu mkuu wa chama cha UDA, atakuwa pia pamoja. DCI pia vile vile Jeremiah Nyegenye ambaye ni karani katika bunge la Seneti, pamoja na Samuel Njoroge, karani katika bunge la kitaifa, wote wakiwa wanajumuisha wanakamati 20. Tunakwenda mapumzikoni sasa, tutarejea na mengi zaidi.
Siku hizi lazima ushop vismart. Juu bei ya kila kitu iko juu. Mi hushop smart. Kila time mimi hakikisha napata deal poa nikibai mboga kwa Mama Shege. Mi hushop smart. Mi hubai msafi ya 1 kg. Ebu cheki bei yake ni same na hii 500 grams ya a popular detergent. Mi hushop smart. Msafi huondoa madoa sugu na huacha nguo zikiwa bright. Na marashi yake je? Inavutia na hufanya nguo zinukie fresh. Chagua smart, value maradufu na msafi.
wacha nikupatie ushikilie cheki yako. Uhakikishe ni cheki ya shilingi 50,000. Si unaona?
Kabisa.
Hii inaitwa the Jipange goodie bag. Atuambiange watu nini iko ndani.
Tutaenda kuangalia nyumbani. Leo mimi nafurahi sana.
Hata unakaa kufurahia?
Mimi nafurahi kabisa. Hata msichana wangu aliambia ukipata hiyo ndio taamini ni ukweli. Sasa mimi naruhusiwa wajibu tamwambia ni ukweli. Nimeona.
Nilipata watoi wangu nikiwa young sana, nilikuwa 16. Sikuwa najua mtoi ananipatiwa food gani. Kitu moja mimi napenda in life, napenda sana kujituma. Na siku moja nikakaa nikadiscover, kumbe naweza ingia kwa mtandao, nifanye ma research zangu na nipike chakula fiti. Ili ni make maka nikajua naweza fanya food yangu pia ikuwe colorful, na ikuwe pia tasty, isikuwe too boring, na watoi wangu bedhe walikuwa na enjoy. Mtandao ilinisort.
Pata maelezo zaidi kwenye Facebook ya Food Fiti leo. Afya bora huanza na chakula bora.
Great yummy taste gara haki. Spread bread pate nguvu gara paki. Napaka nywele design ya mkuru. Glow band juni natural coco. 5 vitamins una grow plus ni tamu na ni tuna hot snack na ki blue band choco for your growth.
Only superior fabric. Luxurious modal fiber with combed cotton makes it soft and comfortable. Only responsibly sourced cotton. It's better for you and the planet. Only superior shape retention. It holds its shape for longer. The only t-shirt to choose. Women's modal tees. Only 1,600 shillings each when you buy 2.
Great yummy taste gara haki. Spread bread pate nguvu gara paki. Napaka nywele design ya mkuru. Glow band juni natural coco. 5 vitamins una grow plus ni tamu na ni tuna hot snack na ki blue band choco for your growth.
Every farmer is advised to use a personal protective equipment, PPE, such as overalls and gloves to protect the skin against exposure to agrochemicals.
Hivi ndivyo mkulima halisi anafaa kuvaa. Na hapa kuna elastic hapa. Ndio ikuwe fiti. Na zip hapa. Inakusaidia kuvaa gumboot vizuri kabisa. Hii overall inapatikana kwa bei nafuu.
Nunua hii overall mpya kutoka BASF.
Inapatikana kote nchini katika duka la Agrovet karibu nawe.
Eat this, please? No, thanks, but I don't want any. You shouldn't be here. You should be at home, Cayetana.
I'm worried about Nico.
Listen, I understand that you're worried about him, but let me remind you that there's a girl at home who's your child.
What do I have to tell you then? That my life has no meaning without you?
No, please don't come to me with corny lines.
Now I see what the problem is. Until now, you're so obsessed with Amelia that you probably think of her when you're with Victoria.
Victoria is nothing but my boss.
Best wishes to the 2024 candidates. Nyinyi ni mabingwa.
Great yummy taste gara haki. Spread bread pate nguvu gara paki. Napaka nywele design ya mkuru. Glow band juni natural coco. 5 vitamins una grow plus ni tamu na ni tuna hot snack na ki blue band choco for your growth.
Karibu tena. Serikali sasa inasema imewaandikisha watu milioni 13.5 kwenye bima ya afya ya SHA mwezi mmoja tangu kuanza kwa mpango huo wa afya kwa wote. Hata hivyo ni mpango ambao umekumbwa na changamoto, japo katika sehemu tofauti nchini baadhi ya hospitali zimetafuta mbinu kuhakikisha wagonjwa wanahudumiwa licha ya changamoto. Brenda Wanga anaarifu.
Farhia Ali anatembea kwa upole kwenye shoroba za hospitali ya rufaa ya Garissa. Alijifungua hivi majuzi kupitia upasuaji.
Sasa nilikuwa na shangaa nitatoa wapi hiyo pesa, but SHA imenisimamia kwa kunipokea vizuri, kwa kunipokea bills za CS.
Farhia ni kati ya mamia ya wagonjwa wanaotafuta huduma katika taasisi hii na nyinginezo chini ya bima mpya ya SHA. Kuanza kwa mpango huu kumeshuhudia changamoto za kimitambo na hata malalamishi ya makato ya juu. Usimamizi wa hospitali ya rufaa ya Garissa sasa ukitafuta mbinu ya kuhakikisha kwamba wanaotafuta matibabu hawarudi nyumbani bila kuyapata. Sasa ikiwabidi usimamizi wa hospitali hii ya rufaa kurejelea mbinu ya zamani ya kuwasajili wagonjwa.
But even so we have put in place a mechanism where patients should not be turned away or should not be asked for payment.
Wizara ya Afya sasa ikikiri kuwa tatizo la kimitambo limechelewesha shughuli ya usajili wa SHA, lakini Katibu Hari Kimtai anasema
service provider has been instructed that they should use if their network is not working, they should use the network of other service providers. They should not limit themselves to their own network.
Mwezi mmoja wa kuanza kwa bima ya SHA umekumbwa na lawama ya makato ya 2.75 na matatizo mengi ya kimitambo. Kwa taasisi zilizomudu kuanza bima hii kwa ufanisi, malengo ya bima hii yametajwa kuafikiwa.
For inpatient, I'm happy to inform you that we have succeeded to do several open hearts, whereas in NHIF the cover for open heart was 450 with a top-up allowed. Right now, SHA gives us 964,000 with no top-up allowed.
Kufikia sasa, Wakenya milioni 13.5 wamesajiliwa. Brenda Wanga, Runinga ya Citizen.
Dark marks keep coming back. Any tips? Double the vitamin C power. New Garnier Vitamin C Day and Night Serums. Daily with the #1 Vitamin C Serum to correct dark marks. At night, new 10% Vitamin C Serum to help prevent their reappearance. Together, twice as fast dark mark reduction. The Power Duo. New Garnier Vitamin C Day and Night Serums. By Garnier, naturally.
Great yummy taste, gotta hack it. Spread bread, pate nguvu, gotta pack it. Napaka nywele, design ya mukuru. Glow Band, Juni natural coco. 5 vitamins, una grow, plus ni tamu na ni tuna hack snack na ki blue band choco for your growth.
Wash your clothes with Toss Lavender to leave your clothes with a lasting, irresistible freshness.
Badia. Naona mazao yake yanaenda vizuri kabisa.
Si ni dawa ya Orvegol nipatia ya kuangamiza ugonjwa wa baridi kwa viazi.
Na umevaa hivi? Nifuate. Badia. Sasa hivi ndivyo mkulima halisi anafaa kuvaa. Hii ni overall mpya kutoka BASF. Na hii material inafanya mtu ameivaa I feel very very comfortable. Na hapa kuna elastic hapa. Ndio ikuwe fitting. Na pia iko na zip mbili. Na pia hapa chini kwa mguu kuna zip hapa. Inakusaidia kuvaa gumboot vizuri kabisa. Hii overall imeidhinishwa na ISO. Hata wewe mkulima, nunua hii overall mpya kutoka BASF.
Inapatikana kote nchini katika duka la Agrovet karibu nawe.
Great yummy taste, gotta hack it. Spread bread, pate nguvu, gotta pack it. Napaka nywele, design ya mukuru. Glow Band, Juni natural coco. 5 vitamins, una grow, plus ni tamu na ni tuna hack snack na ki blue band choco for your growth.
When you've gotta go, go for Neptune, the softer 2-ply tissue paper, available in plain white and colored.
Make small, consistent improvements in your eating habits. Swapping sugary snacks for whole grains or fruits can create a lasting difference.
Everyone is fueling their greatness. Have you had yours? What's your excuse? The more the milk, the better the chai. Chai kweli ina Brookside Dairy Best.
Hammer down prices this Black November. Knockout Foods. Day one of daily crazy offers. Massive deals. Bigger discount. Lower prices. Unbelievable prices. Shop and save more than ever. Knockout Foods.
What do I have to tell you then? That my life has no meaning without you?
No, please don't come to me with corny lines.
Roberta, to me everything that happened is like a message.
Karibu kwenye spoti. Taifa la Jamhuri ya Dominica limepata fursa ya kuandaa mchuano wa soka ya kimataifa kwa mara ya kwanza, ikiwa mwenyeji wa kombe la dunia kwa wasichana walio chini ya miaka 17. Ila hilo halijaweza kufanya mchezo huo kupendwa zaidi katika taifa hilo katika visiwa vya Caribbean. Mwanaspoti wetu Lukman Mahmud ametangamana na wanamichezo wa Dominica na kuandaa taarifa ifuatayo.
Mchezo wa soka kwenye taifa hili ndio umeanza kupata umaarufu, ila bado haujakuwa kipenzi cha wengi. Hili linadhihirishwa na idadi ndogo ya mashabiki wanaohudhuria mechi za kombe la dunia kwa wasichana chini ya miaka 17 linaloendelea. Kuanzia mechi ya ufunguzi hadi robo finali zimevutia chini ya mashabiki 2,000, huku mechi iliyoweka rekodi kwenye mechi ya soka ya taifa hili ikiwa wenyeji Jamhuri ya Dominica walipovaana na Nigeria, ambapo mashabiki 13,535 walihudhuria.
Because it's a present sport for, how we say in female. They began when I was in the school.
Mchezo wa baseball na ule wa kikapu pamoja na volleyball ndio michezo inayoenziwa zaidi kwenye taifa hili. Nje tu ya uwanja wa Felix Sanchez ambapo mechi za nusu finali zinaendelea, vijana kwenye zaidi ya viwanja 10 wanashiriki mazoezi ya mpira wa kikapu, baadhi yao wakiwa hawajui hata kama kuna kombe la dunia mita chache kutoka walipo.
The basketball in this country is a culture because the basketball is the only sport that we have in the hood. The football is popular in the last 2-3 years.
Kwenye majarida hadi runinga zao hapa, taarifa zinazoangaziwa kwa kina ni mchezo wa baseball, huku kombe la dunia likipewa nafasi ndogo. Licha ya kuwa mwenyeji wa kombe la dunia kwa wasichana chini ya miaka 17, taifa hili la Jamhuri ya Dominica limesalia kuwa kipenzi cha mchezo wa baseball kwa namna mashabiki wanavyosusia mechi za soka. Lukman Mahmud, Citizen Nipashe, kutoka uwanja wa Cibao mjini Santiago, Jamhuri ya Dominica.
Mtazamaji, taarifa yake Lukman Mahmud inatukamilishia taarifa zetu jioni ya leo. Hadi wakati mwingine, na kutakia usiku mwema. Kwaheri.
When your kids learn to be independent, you're giving them a great start. Prestige Margarine. It all starts with a great start. Now comes in the original and vanilla flavor.
Enjoy all-in-one solutions for your business with Network. Accept multiple payment methods and process all your business transactions on one device, whether it is M-Pesa, Airtel Money, Visa, MasterCard, Apple Pay or Google Pay. Network does it all. It is faster, it is better, it is smarter. Get it for your business today by calling 0730 847 847.
And I'm on the move, bring your groove and I'll bring my flavor. Bring your vibe and I'll bring the tingles, tell me what's your flavor. My flavor's so good, my flavor slaps. My flavor pops, my flavor slaps. My flavor fruity, my flavor slaps.
Mirinda, flavor so good it slaps. Enjoy the flavorlicious, refreshing taste of Mirinda Green Apple. Mirinda, flavor so good it slaps.
Diapers come in various sizes and are designed to fit babies at different stages of growth. It's crucial to choose a diaper size that matches your baby's weight and age.
New Soft Care Space Series is rooted from space technology. Keeps you dry and comfortable for 12 hours long.
Soft Care. Protect your leap.
Every farmer is advised to use the personal protective equipment, PPE, such as overalls and gloves to protect the skin against exposure to agrochemicals.
Hivi ndivyo mkulima halisi anafaa kuvaa. Na hapa kuna elastic hapa. Ndio ikuwe fitting. Kuna zip hapa. Inakusaidia kuvaa gumboot vizuri kabisa. Hii overall inapatikana kwa bei nafuu.
Nunua hii overall mpya kutoka RIGATHI.
Inapatikana kote nchini katika duka la Agrovet karibu nawe.
Mwanangu mealtime ni muhimu kabisa, na kila siku ni vita, saa zingine siwezi vumilia. Chakula bora ndio tunahitaji, cheki vile wengine nao washajipanga. Nikiwa pilka pilka wameshapika, batu wakonja sapa wameingoja, nitapika haraka wameza twaweza. Chakula nyumbani haguzi, snacks nazo wanazificha, lakini najua tatia juhudi nikimpa. Usitika maisha bora.
Afya bora huanza na chakula bora.
No one who is immune from judicial scrutiny. Not the Senate, not the National Assembly, not ourselves. Your Lordship, penetrate the doctrine of restraint, the judicial restraint. Let this court penetrate it.
Focus on me. The hero's ready to win. Got the spotlight. The star must be.
And the focus goes to the tree! Vivo.
Kutoka kwa Mungu, ndivyo mama alivyonena na mimi utotoni. Mtunze mumeo, mpe mahaba anayotamani. He'll be there for you. Was he there for me? Wema wangu ulinisaliti. Did he ever really love me? Neema, sina nguvu yako. You've taken me for granted. Wadhani siwezi bobea. Neema, sina neema yako. Hakuna wema kwako. Tutasonga mbele bila wewe.
Huyu mwenda wa simu nakwambia atalipia.
Si utulie mzae.
Niachilie.
Mzae, hiyo ni fault yako. Unawezaje ongea hivyo hata wewe?
Wewe nyamaza.
Tulia mzae. Twende nje basi upate fresh air.
Sitaki.
Tunaenda. Tunaenda.
Yeah. Hata ni kwa mzuri sana kwetu. Right, Jojo?
Hiyo ni kweli, but mom, we can't change the fact that he did it.
Neema. Na undefend sana. Anyway, sijasema ni mbaya na pia sijasema ni madara, but alikuwa prison for 5 years because he attempted murder.
And ulijua about all this lini?
Kitambo kidogo.
Okay then. Mbona kutuambia sooner?
I didn't want to scare you. And that's when nilikuwa naisisia mamako akuje uishi na mimi.
Okay, wish tulituambia sooner.
Neema. Yeah. Uniongelesha. Akili wiko wapi? Listen. It's high time mtoke kwa hiyo nyumba ya Mark. Sawa. Leo kuna mali naenda ndo asaidia kutafuta nyumba. But Naomi, tati nilikuwa nishaongea na yeye. Nikamwambia kwa atakushwa mlipa rent. Sasa hizi ndio kumwambia tena natoka tunaenda wapi? Oh, Neema. You don't need to ask for permission from him. As a matter of fact, you have done the best decision for you and for your kids.
Hey mom, hebu nisaidie karatasi nione Kenya nasema.
Hata sitaisoma yote. Simano hiyo part yenye Mark ali-acknowledge kwa alirusha mwanaume kwa rooftop. Imagine willingly and knowingly. Exactly. That means I may confess. Neema, you need to stop being naive. What makes you think that he can't do that?
Honestly, mom, auntie yako right. Because kama ingekuwa amepatiwa charges due to bahati mbaya, it makes sense.
Mark mwenye najua hawezi fanya hivi. Sasa unataka kusema nimejipiga ama na kudanganya?
Nasema kweli dog. Ni Mark amempiga hivi.
Mark hawezi fanya hivyo. Kuna kitu umemfanyia? Si niki kimwanamke. Ne mama? Mimi sijui mchawi mlimtoa wapi.
Wewe. Chunga maneno yako. Usiongelee mwanamke vibaya hivyo.
Nilikuwa nimejua tu wewe utaside na yeye. Wewe na Mark mnatakanga wewe mwanamke.
Ni vile wewe ni patient wangu. Na bure ningekuongezea hapo ngumi nyingine. Unaongeaje ni kama mtu mwenye huna akili? Huyo mwanamke ako na heshima yake. Na siku nyingine nikikusikia ukiongea hivyo ni itakuwa mwisho wako kwenda kwa hiyo kazi. Umesikia?
Msamee dog, amekusikia. Najua ni hasira inamfanya ongee hivyo. Hebu angalia vile uso yake inakaa.
Babu J, mbona unasafisha viatu nikiwa hapa? Naweza kusaidia?
Usijali. Nilikuwa sitaki hata kukuchokesha.
Hapana. Wewe ni kama baba yetu. Hauwezi tuchokesha na kazi. Acha nikusaidie.
Hata nimeshamaliza. Nilikopea ya pili. Na utakuwa unaenda sokoni. Nikulete kitu.
Hapana, siendi sokoni. Nenda community center, niko na lessons.
Okay.
Ayo, bye.
Okay, bye.
Val!
Val. Ebu harakisha, kwa unavaa nguo mwaka mzima?
Ndio mimi mama.
Maiye. Hey. Hizi ni nini umevaa? Kuna mtu amekwambia unaenda kwa shamba? Hakuna nguo zingine unaweza vaa?
Mom, please, usianze. Kuna kabaridi na sina nguo nyingine ya kuvaa.
Val, shida yako inakuanga ni nini? Ukikaa hivi vile unataka, wewe kijana atakunotisaje?
Yaani mom, kwani unipendi? Yaani unakumbuka vile watu walitufukuza kwao jana na bado tena unataka niende huko kujaibisha?
Wacha mambo mob. After amekuoa, nitahakikisha amelipia kila kitu yenye ametufanyia. Chika. Ndio wache kufura hivyo. Hakikisha umesmile, sawa?
So agronomist wako ataangalia, alafu atakuadvise to take how long?
Good things ina haraka. Don't console. Wafanye kazi kwa muda gani?
10 years now.
Any particular reason mbona unapenda tu kusaidia watu?
Like what?
Any unpleasant incident yenye kufanyikia ikafanya tu ujisikie tu kusaidia watu?
Oh, you're wrong. Napenda job yangu na napenda kusaidia watu. Hello? Nakuja sasa hivi. Kulikuwa kitu kingine ulikuwa unataka?
Kwa saizi hapana. Tuongea kesho.
Just a minute, nakuja. Hatujapata wakati mzuri wa kuongea. Kusema kweli nasikia vibaya sana kujua ulipata ajali baada ya kunisindikiza. I honestly feel very guilty. Yaani hata ningejua singekuja kwa hiyo nyumba.
Usihuzunike. Ni ajali. Na labda ungekosa kuja nyumbani, labda ningetaka kwa stairs nianguke niumie. Okay? Do you believe in fate?
Yes.
So you always escape fate. The same way ulikuwa fate yangu umekuumia, the same way tumepatana na wewe leo.
I know. But still si feel vizuri sisi kupatana in such circumstance.
Usijali. Baada ya miezi tanda kwa mzima, napenda kuwa natembea.
Well, basi ya miezi sitaishe. Upone, at least roho yangu itulie.
Without you, I'm almost done.
Turn bath time into an unforgettable adventure with Sawa long-lasting bath soap.
Chinos from 5,600 shillings. Only call.
Yakizidi, pata ushauri wa daktari.
Nilipata watoi wangu nikiwa young sana, nilikuwa 16. Sikuwa najua mtu yeye ananipatiwa food gani. Kitu moja mimi napenda in life, napenda sana kujituma. Na siku moja nikakaa nikadiscover, kumbe naweza ingia kwa mtandao, nifanye ma research zangu na nipike chakula fiti. Ili ni make mpaka nikajua naweza fanya food yangu pia ikuwe colorful, na ikuwe pia tasty, isikuwe too boring, na watoi wangu bedhe walikuwa na enjoy. Mtandao ilinisort.
Pata maelezo zaidi kwenye Facebook ya Food Fiti leo. Afya bora huanza na chakula bora.
It hasn't been easy to find the right diaper to protect Celeste's delicate skin. After trying many diapers, Pampers proved to be the best for my baby. I tested it myself. I placed Pampers and an ordinary diaper under clear bowls with a hole in the middle. I poured 1 cup of water in each diaper. I saw that Pampers absorbed 2 times faster. So almost no wetness can be felt on my baby's skin. I only trust Pampers for my baby. Go try it yourself.
You are a woman of mystery, brushed with beauty. You are a woman of enigma, layered with personality. You are a woman of elegance, painted with desire. Presenting Mona Lisa, a new range of moisturizing lotions and creams enriched with the finest ingredients for 48-hour moisturization. For women who are art, for women who are beauty. New Mona Lisa. Come discover the art of beauty.
This week kwa Citizen Duka tumewaletea the lovely lady package from Quickmart. Sour bathing soap 35 bob, Always sanitary towel 189 bob, Rexona deodorant 199 bob, Dove lotion 499 bob. Ukinunua hizi products ukitumia Citizen Duka utalipa only 962 bob, meaning utakuwa umesave 578 bob. Unangoja nini? Piga *487*5# na ulipe saizi ka vitu bado ziko kwa stock.
Citizen Duka, the home of discount.
Oreo na Coca-Cola wamekuwa mabesti sana. Je, umejaribu the new Oreo Coca-Cola limited edition biscuits? Ni noma sana. Manze usiachwe nyuma.
People come to me and they say they get discomfort when they have ice cream. Can you imagine that? Avoiding having cold ice cream. Sensodyne gives you long-lasting protections against sensitivity. And people come in and they're like, oh, it works. I can have ice cream and I'm not in any discomfort. I recommend Sensodyne because it works. It's brilliant.
Boss, kwani hizi mbao zenyu zinakaa fiti aje? Sisi kwa mjengo wetu mbao zimekuliwa na mtu wa karibu zote.
Kwani hamjui siri nyinyi? Siri ni gradometer kutoka Kenagro Suppliers Limited.
Wacha. Gradometer kutoka Kenagro Suppliers Limited ni dawa nambari 1 ya kuangamiza mchwa kwa mbao na chuma katika maeneo ya ujenzi, kwa miti na katika nguzo za uzio. Dawa hii inapatikana katika Agrovet na hardware iliyo karibu nawe popote nchini. Angamiza mchwa kwa kutumia Gradometer, the number 1 termiticide in Kenya, kutoka Kenagro Suppliers Limited.
Sina neema.
Okay. Umeniambia Maka alikupiga. Kwa nini?
Mimi nilimwambia tu asiingilie mambo yetu ya hoteli ya kindani. Na nikamuuliza kama yeye ni lawyer. Jamaa akakasirika na akaanza vita.
Sam, boss, takuniambia exactly nini li happen. Si nimekuuliza swali? Najua hapo kwa hoteli kulikuwa na watu wengi. So hata ukijaribu kunidanganya nitajua.
Neema alikuwa amepeana menu complicated kidogo. So Serenge akasema hawezi pika. Lakini kuna vile aliongea na madharau kidogo. Ndio Maka akasikia hizo maneno akaingililia. Alafu Serenge akamuuliza kama yeye ni lava wa Neema ama ni lawyer wake. Na maneno zingine tu hapo. Ndio Maka akakasirika akampiga.
Hiyo maneno ingine ndio gani?
Lakini boss, kusema tu kweli, si Serenge ako hapa, si umuulize hizo maneno na ni alisema.
Hiyo maneno mengine ndio gani? Ndio nataka kujua. Hii kunyamaza yako inaonyesha kweli uliongea maneno mbaya. Tunataka wewe na hizo mguu zako uende uombe neema msamaha. Na siku ingine nikisikia maneno kama hii ndakufuta kazi. Umesikia? Na nimekupea ofa ya siku 2. Enda upone pone. Enda nyumbani. Enda nyumbani.
Ndio umenitia. Umeuliza chenye alifanya?
Umeniambia partly, lakini kitu nilikuwa nataka kukuambia, try to control anga yako. Lakini pia ingekuwa mtu kama mimi ameongea mambo mbaya hivyo, angegusa ngumi 2-3, lakini si mbele ya watu kwa hoteli, ungemtoa hata nje.
Na mimi je, ukajua vile Mushinda nimekosana na mamangu all the time juu mdomo yake. Well, uzuri, yeye ni mtu straightforward. Si kama watu wengine wenye wanakuchekea kwa uso alafu wanaenda kuongelea vibaya.
Unajua Val, si lazima utetee mamako kwangu.
Simtetee, nasema tu.
Okay. Ni sawa. Ukienda huko mtamwambia asante juu ya chakula na usijisumbue tena. Mimi na mzee wangu tunaweza jipikia.
Hapana, hajisumbui. Unajua vile mamangu anakuanga mikuranga kama mtoto wake. So, unafanya nini ukiwa hapa peke yako? Si wewe boeka sana?
Boeka? Zii. Anyway, kama hakuna kitu kingine.
Si, basi naweza kaa kidogo tuongee. Imekuwa long since to chat.
Val, unajaribu nini?
Hakuna. Ni vile tu hatujakuwa tukiongea sana of late because of chuo and everything.
Unajua sijapenda vile unajibeba Val.
Kwani nimedu?
Cha kujifanya. Unajua exactly kitu unafanya.
Iza komeni lo vibaya.
Zii, sichokolewa vibaya. Na Val, niko sure kuna kitu una plan. Na nataka unisikize kama sistangu mdogo. Ukiendelea na hizi tabia zako, mimi nitakuchorea. Unasikia?
Nimekusikia. Acha niishi huko.
Sawa.
Wewe msupa.
Oh my God! Nini kwa mbaya na wewe? Umenishtua Buda.
Ulikuwa unafanya nini masaa yote kwa kina Jaden?
Unaniuliza kama nani? I don't answer to you.
Cheki, usifanye njam. Si unajua ni msupa wangu?
Ati msupa wako? Buda, kwani unanidate na sijui? Mimi na wewe ni TBT.
Val, cheki. Cheki Val. Usinijamishe tafadhali. Usinijamishe.
Relax. Mamangu ndo alikuwa amenituma nilete Jaden chakula kiasi, hasikii poa.
Alafu mkaka hiyo masaa yote.
Tulikuwa tu tunapiga stories zetu, hakuna kitu imehappen.
Sawa. Lakini si unajua tunakuanga nimekuranga.
Wacha ndoto za mchana, Kevu. Mimi na wewe hatuwezi kuwa pamoja na pia wewe unajua. Lakini siku hizi kuna vile unapiga loko.
Unaicheki? Nije nimepata mboka mpya. Saizi nafanya job kwa godown fulani huko chini. Mimi ndo manager, naangalia vitu zikitoka na zikiingia.
Ati manager. Kwani qualification hiyo job ilikuwa tu bora unaweza pumua na uko na meno 32? Cause hata kuandika najua hujui.
Val, kama unaacha mbaya mbaya bana. Cheki. Waliniandikia ka secretary kwa kufanya vitu kama hizo.
Kadanganye mwingine Kevo. Jojo alishaniambia ile kazi unafanya na ulimwambia kutafutie clients.
Ako kadem. Wallahi usinikumbushe huyo mlaina. Yaani bado nazidi kuniongelea mbaya. Nikimshika wallahi. Nikimshika tu.
Vizi, please Kevo, misi daingori.
Sawa. Haina noma. Alafu kuna hoteli fulani hapo nimecheki ya Kibombe. Tulikuwa tumeenda huko na donga wangu. Imeweza mbaya. Nadai kukupeleka huko.
Uko serious?
Niko serious. Alafu pia niko na present yako. Kuna kitu nimekubaia nataka kukupea hiyo siku kama utakam.
Lakini sasa unajua mimi kutoka kama usiku ni tricky.
Come on Val. Najua ukitaka unaweza.
I wish mama wangu make the right decision. Atoke kwa hiyo nyumba. Otherwise asipo nitabidi nimekuchukua.
I don't think anaweza kataa. Pia najua anataka kuhama.
Unajua Neema vizuri wewe. She always makes the decision out of her emotions, not with logic.
Okay, but why would you say it like that? Mamangu ni mtu mzuri. And plus, sometimes usually wish ningekuchukua some of tabia zake.
Tabia kama gani?
Excuse me, auntie, I have to pick this. Hey, Jaden, mambo?
Poa sana.
Ukaje, kuna shida?
Relax. Nilikuwa tu nataka kukujulia hali.
Hiyo ni poa. Sisi tuko kwa, Uncle Mark, tumetembea kidogo. Na wewe uko home?
Mimi niko kijani. Na uliweza kumake decision?
Yeah, I did. Nimeamua nitaenda public school. I work hard and hopefully become the top of my class.
That's nice. Na nikuulize, unaenda campus juu yako ama juu ya watu?
Actually, ni juu ya both. Hadi mama ameenda kushughulikia mambo ya transfer.
Okay, ni vile sikuwa nataka regret baadaye juu ya decision umemake.
Yeah, I'm 100% sure. Sitaki kulive your life ya uongo tena. I mean, I don't want to live that life anymore. In fact, actually, nilikuwa nimeconsider ile offer ya Aunt Naomi, but I don't know, it's just living a lie because hiyo pesa si yetu, ni yake. And I don't want that life anymore, so yeah.
Umefanya kitu ya maana sana.
Shida ni sijui kama najichocha ama I'm ready to face the truth. But all I know is that from now on there are no more lies.
Nabambika sana bila umeweza kujiexpress na kusema kenye iko kwa roho yako.
Kusema ukweli, I don't know. This ingekuwa mimi kitambo, I don't think ningefanya hivi.
Naona sasa tumeanza kuwa best friends.
Really?
Unajua nilisoma mahali, love is giving someone a chance to destroy you and you trusting that they will not use it against you. Na hivyo ndio urafiki unajengwa.
You think so?
Uzuri, the thing is I don't have to work from the office. As I work from home, kwa wheelchair doesn't change anything.
Oh, that's nice. Na kazi yako iko sawa?
Iko sawa. Na wewe unakaa kama kuna kitu inakukula kichwa.
Oh, hapana, iko sawa.
Your eyes betray you. I can tell kuna kitu inakukula kichwa.
Kuna kitu tu nimejua leo nina nikula akili.
I think I have an idea. Is it about the violence we saw earlier? Inaweza fanya question your trust on someone you thought you knew. Na pia nimegundua pende surprises. They make you a little bit nervous. Unaanza question kama kweli unajua mtu vizuri.
It's true, but how did you know all that?
Say, I know a thing or two about psychology.
Hey, Neema.
Hi, Dr. Cliff.
Naweza keti na nyinyi?
Yeah, sure. Have a seat.
Na huyu ni nani?
Naitwa Alphonse.
I'm Dr. Cliff. Mimi ni daktari hapa.
Mr. Alphonse hapa alikuwa amekuja kuona Mark.
Okay. So hii si mara ya kwanza nyinyi kupatana?
Oh, yeah. Tumekutana naye sometime back in the street and I'm even surprised kumpata hapa.
Actually, I'm the one surprised to see her today. Actually, it has turned out to be the best surprise to make my day. Anyways, takuaga.
Oh, no. This is on us. Sijali. Yeah.
Only for today. But next time, allow me to pay.
Okay.
It's a pleasure meeting you, Dr. Cliff. Hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Let me help you. Dr. Cliff, have a seat.
Thank you, Naomi.
Mke mwema ni baraka kutoka kwa Mungu. Ndivyo mama alivyonena na mimi utotoni. Mtunze mumeo, mpe mahaba nayotamani. He'll be there for you. Was he there for me? Wema wangu linisaliti. Did he ever really love me? Neema, sina nguvu yako. Taken me for granted. Wadhani siwezi bobea. Neema, sina neema yako. Hakuna wema kwako. Tutasonga mbele bila wewe. Sina neema.
Asante kwa miaka 24. Birthday ni yetu sote. Tunasherehekea na offers za nguvu. Dial star 544# sasa na ukamate offers za kipekee kama 2GB kwa masaa mawili kwa shilingi 20 tu kwa muda mfupi, but worth every second. Hii ni kwa ajili yako. Safaricom for you.
When your kids learn to be independent, you're giving them a great start. Prestige Margarine. It all starts with a great start. Now comes in the original and vanilla flavor.
At Kidani Mabati, we provide strong and durable roofing solutions for homes and businesses. With our gauge 28 and 30 Mabati available in various colors and finishes, you can choose the perfect style to suit your needs. Plus, we offer free delivery countrywide, ensuring your materials arrive safely and on time. Kidani Mabati is strong, reliable and made to last. Call us toll-free today or visit our website to find out more. Kidani Mabati, boresha mjengo, boresha maisha.
You should be the next singing superstar.
Has dull and uneven skin tone taken away your confidence? Presenting Shalina Healthcare's new Epiglow. With power of triple radiance complex and innovative technology that gives you glowing skin by reducing dark spots in 28 days. Skin science for a perfect glow. New Epiglow.
Without you, I'm almost done.
Turn back time into an unforgettable adventure with sour, long-lasting bath salt.
Are you building a home, a church, a school, a godown, or any other premise? Homelink Mabati Factory is your trusted partner in roofing. Enjoy amazing discounts on our products, including box profile, V-tile, prime tile, and canopy sheets. We customize your roof and deliver your order in just 48 hours. Call us on 0794 800 000. Homelink Mabati Factory.
Sasa, what's on? Ile stick ya zero sugar ni nini?
Ujui Club Zero? Hebu nikushow.
Festive seeded bread, zero added sugar, high in fiber and protein. Mkate zero sugar.
Soma lebo.
Sasa mama Josh, uko kwa Club Zero?
Nikose nitekwe.
Aya, nipe mbili, moja ya babu, ingine ya shosho. Shush. Club Zero, imagine. Festive Zero and Festive Wholemeal. Zero added sugar and reduced salt.
Napenda. Asante sana mwanangu.
Na hii Festive Wholemeal ni yako babu. Imepunguzwa chumvi, soma lebo.
This is very good. Hii mkate ya heritage ina chumvi nyingi, alafu ni
Karibuni Club Zero.
Carefully read the food label before consuming your products. The balanced recipe with reduced salt and zero added sugar is good for you and your family.
Ngozi yako ina glow. Nilijipaka mafuta leo asubuhi nikikam, lakini skin yangu ishaparara and it looks so dull. Sis, see, it's the new Nice and Lovely Lemon Extract Body Lotion. Hii ndo secret yangu to a moisturized and bright skin. Usimix.
New Nice and Lovely Lemon Lotion, enriched with vitamin C and sunflower seed oil for 48-hour nourishing glow and brighter skin. Try Nice and Lovely Lemon Lotion today.
Najua nyama hiyo inaonekana laini, lakini pengine si hivyo wakati unakiungulia. Unakumbuka kilichofanyika wakati uliopita? Unajijaribu mwenyewe. Nilijaribu kukujali. Acha tuone umbali utakaofika. Unaona sasa kiungulia kinakupelekaje? Ona sasa, kinakuchoma.
Usiugue katika hali yoyote. Ino inafanya kazi haraka kuondoa dalili 6 za kiungulia.
You do know you said all of that out loud, right?
Maumivu yakizidi, pata ushauri wa daktari.
The more the milk, the better the chai. Chai kweli ina Brookside Dairy Best.
You are a woman of mystery, rushed with beauty. You are a woman of enigma, layered with personality. You are a woman of elegance, painted with desire. Presenting Mona Lisa, a new range of moisturizing lotions and creams enriched with the finest ingredients for 48-hour moisturization. For women who are art, for women who are beauty. New Mona Lisa. Come discover the art of beauty.
A comfortable diaper can make a significant difference in your baby's happiness. Choose diapers that are soft to the touch and have stretchy sides to provide a snug but gentle fit.
New Soft Care Space Series is rooted from space technology. Keeps you dry and comfortable for 12 hours long.
Soft Care. Protect your leap.
Most decorated clubs in English football, it is always a big deal with these.
And Garnacho! That is off the very high.
Stream all 380 matches for just 500 shillings on Showmax Premier League. Visit showmax.com to get started.
I see a great future for you. Overseas trips, business success, and irresistible to women.
Wow, all that from my hand?
Not this hand, love. That one.
Red Bull gives you wings. Minds of passion.
Going to live without you? I'm almost done.
Turn back time into an unforgettable adventure with sour, long-lasting bath salt.
Great yummy taste, gotta hack it. I spread bread, pate nguvu, gotta pack it. Napaka nywele design ya mukuru. Blue Band, Juni natural cocoa. 5 vitamins, una grow plus ni tamu na ni tuna hack snack na ki Blue Band choco for your growth.
Baadaye auntie.
Mkuu, umetufikisha home poa. Asante. Pia wewe pata kakitu ikufikishe home.
Nunua any 2 80-gram Cadbury Dairy Milk Packs ama Cadbury Drinking Chocolate. Visit cadbury.africa uandikie someone special your heartfelt message ya kumshow thanks. T's and C's apply. Cadbury, there's a glass and a half in everyone.
Great yummy taste, gotta hack it. I spread bread, pate nguvu, gotta pack it. Napaka nywele design ya mukuru. Blue Band, Juni natural cocoa. 5 vitamins, una grow plus ni tamu na ni tuna hack snack na ki Blue Band choco for your growth.
With Glovo, unaweza order anything you want. Fish choma, burgers, groceries, or even this. And Glovo brings it to you in minutes. Na ikikufikia, you're left with this face, with this... I want this one. Download Glovo, order anything, we'll deliver in minutes.
Great yummy taste, gotta hack it. I spread bread, pate nguvu, gotta pack it. Napaka nywele design ya mukuru. Blue Band, Juni natural cocoa. 5 vitamins, una grow plus ni tamu na ni tuna hack snack na ki Blue Band choco for your growth.
women's modal tees. Only 1,600 shillings each when you buy 2. Only superior shape retention. It holds its shape for longer. The only t-shirt to choose.
Great yummy taste gara haki. Spread bread pate nguvu gara paki. Napaka nywele zenye mukuru. Glow Band, Juni natural coco. 5 vitamins una grow plus ni tamu na ni tuna hot snack na kiblu choco for your growth.
Live in the moment, live a little today. What'll happen tomorrow? Who's to say? Life's too short to just be living.
Hammer down prices this Black November. Knock out food. Day one of daily crazy offers. Massive deals, bigger discount, lower prices, unbelievable prices. Shop and save more than ever. Knock out food.
Hello? Yes, ma'am. Unaona hiyo rough road umefika, just follow it to the end, you'll see a brown apartment.
Nimepaona.
Dad. Mom.
Mom, Dad hajaleta gift.
Guys, tukuleni.
Jay.
Amazing. Dad, your keys.
Mama yako alikufundisha kupika. Na mimi nikakufundisha kuendesha gari. Gari hili ni lako.
Mlo sio chakula tu, ni kutunza mahusiano.
Great yummy taste gara haki. Spread bread pate nguvu gara paki. Napaka nywele zenye mukuru. Glow Band, Juni natural coco. 5 vitamins una grow plus ni tamu na ni tuna hot snack na kiblu choco for your growth.
Oh, mom.
Cheza kama Indomie na kafeva. Sosi imeja kwa bumbu, sunda maji ongeza. Weka kiti kwa jiko, neka mali kwa sinia unatandaza. Mix unachanganya, shike ladha daka tatu. Rada safi mautamu. Kuku beef, supa mojo mautamu. Kana nice na kaboro mautamu. Bei safi na unashiba mautamu. Indomie, furahia mlo mtamu.
Are you a teacher seeking to upgrade your education? Enroll for your studies at Mount Kenya University and learn through the distance institution-based and electronic learning mode. Reporting dates are 30th November and 1st December 2024 in all our campuses.
At the same time, let us actually do any kind of sport that we are doing. Sport speaks the best language to everybody.
Tunataka tutafute talents, zile raw talents kutoka kule nyumbani mashinani mahali tuko leo.
Hizi mbio za Chepsaita, like all other sports, zinaleta watu pamoja.
We want to use this event to uplift the lives of the community.
Anafurahia hii mchezo sana. Hata sikaange na ambianga watu tuende Chepsaita.
Wanafunzi wakimbie ili wakuze talanta ya mbio ama kuhimiza tena elimu.
This is the place to be. Hapa ndipo mahali wanastahili kuwa tarehe 7. Wale watoto walikimbia last year, wamekimbia mpaka wamefuka mipaka zetu za Kenya.
For over 60 years, HF Group has been at the heart of enriching the lives of Kenyans. Since independence, we've empowered thousands of Kenyans to achieve their dreams of home ownership. Today, we're doing even more. HF Group is a company with a wide spectrum of offerings to suit all your banking, property, and insurance needs. It's time for our next chapter, and we invite you to be part of it through our rights issue. This initiative aims to bring in investments that will power our growth, enabling us to accelerate value creation for all our stakeholders. Through this investment, we aim to achieve greater efficiency through advanced technologies, expand our business capabilities, fuel new product innovations, and build shared prosperity. The road ahead is bright, and we invite you to be part of this journey. Invest with us by investing in us. To participate in the rights issue, you need to be on HF Group's shareholder register by record date of Friday, 1st November 2024 by 3 p.m. HF Group, dreams made possible.
Wash your clothes with Toss Lavender to leave your clothes with a lasting, irresistible freshness.
Dark marks keep coming back.
Any tips? Double the vitamin C power. New Garnier Vitamin C Day and Night Serums. Daily with the #1 Vitamin C Serum to correct dark marks. At night, new 10% Vitamin C Serum to help prevent their reappearance. Together, twice as fast dark mark reduction. The Power Duo. New Garnier Vitamin C Day and Night Serums. By Garnier, naturally.
Welcome to our new office. This is where the parking is. The lorry